And gentlemen, and welcome to our meeting today. There's a big crowd of you here, and hopefully we will get through the business smartly and give you all a chance to talk to us. That's what it's about with public forum. So again, it's the Projects and Monitoring Committee meeting, April 21, and be aware that you are being recorded. It's something to be aware of what you're saying and how you behave. Okay, it's going to be one of those things. I guess you don't want to do something you might regret. Comes back and bites you. Then we have. I will start with basically a thought, but to my fellow councillors, remember today it's about people. It's about our ratepayers and people that come here, etc. So always keep that in mind. So I have a few words for you. Everyone here brings a different perspective, and that's our strength. Let's use it. The best solutions usually come from open conversations that are honest and constructive. Please keep that in mind as we go through our day. Okay, apologies. We have one for lateness from Councillor Joyce, and His Worship the Mayor is busy at the moment. So, yeah. Do we have a okay mover there with Deputy Mayor Margaret Murray-Benge and seconded by Councillor Laura Ray? All those in favour? Carried. Okay. We have nothing for late consideration. We have other papers that have gone up onto your Stella over the last few hours, supporting various things, etc., and for information. Anybody have declarations of interest? No? Okay. And then later in the day, we do have public excluded. Well, actually, it won't be too late in the day, will it? Or have we moved it in order? No, it is. Yeah. Confidential area. So other than that, we'll move now over to public forum. And our first speakers today, well, I've got down here Charles Burns from the Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club. And they have a presentation to put before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Deputy Mayor and Councillors. My name is Charlie Burns. My colleague here is Dr. Nick Hanna. We represent the Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club, and we're here today to petition you to develop a paper road that forms the access between Wairoa Road and our club's site on the river.
Would you just bring the microphone a little closer to you?
Sure.
So we can all hear?
How's that? Oh, yeah, okay, right. Okay, good. Right. So just in terms of a bit of background, the club's 34 years old. Today it serves a host of colleges as well as adult and masters rowers groups. The club grew slowly until a couple of years ago when we put a pontoon in the river. Since then, growth has exploded. Currently, we are looking at some plans to expand the facilities on site to host the additional activity. But there's also pressure going on the local roading infrastructure to support the increased level of activity. And that's what we want to talk to you about today. Can I get to my next slide?
Just scroll down.
Yeah.
On the slide.
Okay, right. So just quickly to illustrate what we're talking about, this is the site, the rowing club site. This is prior to us putting the pontoon in. You can see a dirt track down the bottom of the left-hand side of that picture. That was how we used to access the river. We'd carry our boats down, wade into the water, put them in, step in and out of the boat. The safety officer of the club at the time had problems with this. This was not only highly inefficient, but it carried a number of risks. And the safety officer of the club initiated a project to implement a pontoon in the river. So it took us quite a while to raise the funding, and part of that came from the council itself. And when we did, we engaged a proper engineering firm to build us this beautiful result that we've got here, which is the pontoon. Part of the funding that came to the council came with a stipulation that the resulting amenity be available to the public to use, which has absolutely happened. The public have discovered the site now, and we've got all sorts going on down there, from people coming to fish, to launch their own boats, to swim off the pontoon, to picnic on the park, walk the dogs, and so on. As a result, now we have quite a high level of activity going on site. You can see from that picture in the center, we are now able to field quite a large contingent when we go to regattas. And as a result of all this increased level of activity, we need quite a bit more car parking and generates quite a lot more traffic in order to train all these people. This is a quick look at the plans that we're proposing to do. You can see in the top image there the existing structure that we have. The lower structure is what we're planning to do. It will double the capacity for boats and also create a venue on top, which the club will hope to use to generate some revenue. This is an aerial photograph basically showing what I've just described, the lower rectangle on the left here, showing the existing facility, and then the larger square on the right, basically showing what we're planning to extend. But really the focus of today's discussion is this little strip along the side here. This is the dirt road, the access way, the paper road. It's 150 meters long, and it connects Wairau Road to the car park. And you can see it's one lane. So this creates obviously a challenge when cars enter both ends at the same time, and they end up playing a game of chicken and somebody's got to back out. So the immediate thing that we would ideally need is 2 lanes of traffic each way. So just doubling the width of that road to make it safer to pass. But ideally, or a preference anyway, would at least be that the road is developed to the full width of the paper parcel. And that's given, you can kind of see, if you can look closely in that image, you can see some red lines. That gives you the parcel boundaries for the paper road. And our suggestion is that that is developed to its full width, giving you 2 lanes, two ways of traffic plus car parking up and down the side. Ideally, this would be sealed. The current road potholes very quickly, and we've just received this letter on behalf of one of the Waka Ama Club that uses our site, Tauranga Boys Waka Ama Club. Presented us with this to support our petition to you today. And here they describe that the current condition of the access road present ongoing challenges. The significant potholes and uneven surfaces are causing damage to trailers and equipment. And they go on to basically say that nobody has the money to repair or replace equipment. And so ideally upgrading and tar sealing the road would protect equipment and improve safety. So I just want to quickly head over to Nick. Nick will tell you a little bit about who's using the site and what's happening at the site.
Yeah, hi. Oh, try that. Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm Nick Hanna. I'm a retired general practitioner. Been part of Bay Coast Rowing Club for 24 years. And I'm currently coaching at the club. Also still rowing myself as a masters rower. We have quite a group from the club here. I want to introduce a couple of people. We've got the secretary, Wendy, here. We've got the president, Richard, at the back. We've got Tauranga Boys College coach, which is Richard Gee. We've got the kayak club coach, which is Steve in the background there, and Chris, sorry, both of those two there. Ted Phelps has been one of our founder members, as the original coach of the club. Ted is there as well. So on the slide, you can see how we are hosting a number of clubs. There's the Bay of Plenty Coast Rowing Club, Tauranga Boys College Rowing, Bay of Plenty Canoe Club, Tauranga Boys College Wakarama. We've had requests received from Bay of Plenty Slalom Canoe Club. As Charlie's always mentioned, there are a lot of users who have discovered the site, and when you talk to them, some people even have come over from Papamoa to swim safely off the pontoon area. It's a nice access. So there's swimming, there's, say, Wakarama, the people who are not part of the Wakarama Club who use it as well. There's a lot of picnicking occurring. Also, Waimarino often use it for their school program. Site has also been used by us for regional rowing selections, rowing training for regional selections, rowing camps, rowing regattas, which we try and hold once a year. And it's been used for long distance canoe racing as well, which is just a great facility for these things. So what we're saying here, this is a major water sports asset, Wairoa River is, and we really thank the council for allowing that to happen really with what's going on so far. So a little bit of data there for the actual users. This is club sizes. You can see those numbers there of the Bay of Plenty Coast Masters, Bay of Plenty Coast Students, Bay of Plenty Coast Club Rowers, Tauranga Boys College Rowing, Tauranga Boys College Wakarama, the Bay of Plenty Canoe Club. So that's quite a number of users that are using it. And especially when we're looking at traffic flows, is that when we're right in that summer season, there's up to six sessions per week for one echelon of people. But that's when you start adding on top of that and expanding them out for timings, it's becoming well used. And so the road is well used. And that doesn't even include the parents and others related. Now, having that facility there has been so beneficial. And we're seeing that, as we mentioned there on the right-hand side of that slide, the successes of our own Bay of Plenty Coast rowers. We've seen, we mentioned there the number of North Island and Māori Cup medals and also North Island national medals that can occur. And we particularly thank Richard with Tauranga Boys College. They did very well in the North Island Champs and also in the Māori Regatta. And what we mentioned there is one of our one student rower from Tauranga Boys College has got into the under-18 North Island representative team, and also one of our rowers from Bay of Plenty Coast is getting into that level of representation for our province, which is going outwards. So that is supporting athletes developing into a higher level than just provincial rowing. So what about the community? Because it's not just about us, because we see this as a development for the community. And I've gone through a little bullet points here. Partly this is to do with our own rowers to develop people through water sports. Young people develop life skills through our clubs and their activities. We notice as a doctor the importance of exercise and the value of exercise for everyone, from there to their sort of ages and things. The other part in our life which is missing so much is the value of being part of a community. And we see that as a major value of getting community groups, developing those community groups so people feel they belong to something. I think that's really important. Where the site is enhancing the access to the environment of the river, you know, there's not a lot of access sites to the river as it is. We have that ramp by the road bridge, but where else is there really easy access to the river? And the other thing we just want to, and we know that there is the Jack Lloyd Reserve, which is surrounding the rowing club, and we want to fit in with the future development of that Jack Lloyd Reserve, and also the possibility, I presume, of the river esplanade that will be developed over time as well. So it's sort of, we would like to be seen as part of the whole and that development.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Charlie.
And I just finally, apologies for Murray Lloyd, who was our local resident representative who was going to be here today. He couldn't make it. I was going to speak on his behalf. Murray and his family are now enjoying their 5th generation of on that site in the area, the Wairoa area. Murray sold the land to the club in 1994. And in recent years, the increased level of activity is starting to cause a bit of strain with our neighbours We have a kiwi fruit orchard just to the one side just on the other side of that dirt road. The increased level of activity is starting to drop dust on the crop, and that's creating problems for the grower. One of the other major issues that the local residents has had is that the overflow of the car parking can find its way up into that cul-de-sac at the top of the road, which blocks access to a number of the residences. It also creates a bit of a maze of cars that pedestrians have to kind of weave in and out of if they're using the road. And when you've got an open road speed limit, school boys will take that as a challenge to see if they can do it. And we had actually an incident of somebody going through a fence. So obviously the local residents find this is creating a sense of danger, and it's also creating quite a bit of stress with us and our neighbours. So there's a serious desire to avoid that. So in conclusion, what we're saying today is obviously the Wairau River is a brilliant location for sports, for the water sports. The amenities that have been developing there are attracting a lot of people coming to the site. And obviously proven success. What we're doing down there is working, and it's being effective. And it's generating not only successes in terms of awards and things that we're receiving, but also benefits to actual users in terms of health and welfare and a sense of belonging. At the same time, puts a huge strain on the local residents, and this is likely to get worse than better. What we're here today is to ask for a safe road that can handle two-way traffic, provide sufficient parking to keep users out of the way of local residents. And we request that you guys add this to your program of works and please prioritize it for the benefit of everybody who would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for your time today and to listening to us.
Thank you, gentlemen. Well put together and so on. So now I open it up for questions, for clarification, etc., from Councillor Coxey.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in today, and thank you for the time that you hosted the Kaimai Ward councillors there as well. It was a magnificent morning, and just your hospitality was great. Thank you. And it gave us a real sense of what the issue actually is there. So my question's about the parallel parking, and so off the proposed sealed road. So how many parks does that provide you with? And because currently you're all parking on the paddock, obviously, and would that still be like for overflow, the paddock as well?
Just hand over to Brittany.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks,
Hello,
Brittany. Hi, Brittany.
I'm Brittany from Spencer Studio. I drew these plans. So there's approximately 50 car parks either side, so around about 105 in total. There wouldn't be the overflows we currently have in the paddock, but if Jack Lloyd Reserve was able to be open to that, then we would go with that. But it's been designed to your infrastructure development code. The width of the road and the size of the car parks are oversized as well.
Deputy Mayor Murray Benge.
I'm quite excited to see you all here today. I've been only to your venue twice, and once a few years ago before you had the pontoon, and then when Councillor Elvin and Coxhead and I went just recently. I cannot believe that you've been expanded as fast as you have, and you're just in the infancy. But I thought if Mr. Singh, you'd be very pleased that the access from one of the main roads is very good until you get to the entrance to the rowing. And it's 2-lane and it's well maintained, except you used to do the grass at the side of that road and you don't now. Just a tip. And but so gentlemen, what exactly do you need? You've got the road in, it's a paper road, and you'd like more road beside it.
Yes. So what we would ideally, I mean,
in order to make it a 2-lane road.
yes, and Councillor Elvin indicated that if we could give you guys, a gold, silver, bronze option, that would probably be a good way to start. So we've got 1 lane dirt road. As an absolute minimum, we would like a 2 lane dirt road. Preferably, we would like it developed to its full width so that you could park along the side as indicated by Brittany. And icing on the cake would be that would all be sealed so that we don't have to continually deal with the potholes.
The first thing is to get the land to make sure it can be 2 lanes, right?
The land exists and it is already zoned as a road. It's a paper road. So it's already in your portfolio as a transport parcel. So there's no need to change any of that. It just needs to be developed.
Final question, sir. So it is, the paper road is wide enough to give you 2 lanes?
It's wide enough to give us 4 lanes. Yeah, and that's why we're saying, please, can we have 2 lanes plus parking along the side that can all fit?
So you have the paper road.
Yeah, can all fit. And that and if you, it's hard to see in this illustration, but we've there are red lines showing the full width of that paper road, and that covers the width of what we're proposing.
Thank you there. Mayor Denia.
Can't have all 3
Yeah, I don't know
things
how
on
to
the
turn
same
it off, sorry.
time. Yeah, there we are. Great, thank you. Slight tangential, but I think it's an important part of it. Can you talk about the shed expansion and what's the timeline and what's your proposed funding for that?
Right. So the shed expansion is obviously a project the club is taking on its own. We've done the designs. Spencer Studio sitting here at the table. And we've done a quantity survey. So we have a rough indication of cost. Our next phase now is fundraising. How long that takes is how long is a piece of string. So we're at that stage now. We did successfully do it with the pontoon. We have the confidence that we can do it again.
I know that's difficult, but are we talking months or years or?
Years.
Years,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And is it a significant amount of money to raise?
$3 million, yeah.
And you intend to do it privately or through philanthropic or what's your?
Bill, the fundraising itself is a bit of a science, and there are specialists that will assist us in helping do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Joyce.
Sorry, I have to show my ignorance. As you can see, I don't have a rowing physique. Do you have trailer parking? Is trailer parking part of this? Because I don't see any
Yeah, you go.
provision for that. And that's often a conflict area for water sports, trailer parking versus the rest.
I'll just put on the slide again. We have trailer parking on the site, which is currently, if you have a look at the mark up there and where the plus sign is, that's where the trailers are actually currently parked for the rowing. There are 3 trailers there. There's a Wakarama trailer beside that. And then if we go down to the right-hand side of the picture there, you can see there's a tree there, and it's sort of under that tree or past it is where the kayak club park. Now, the issue you would have noticed in the letter from the Wakarama is they're concerned about their boats and travelling up and down the current gravel road because it does quickly pothole, and the council has been attending to that from time to time. And it unfortunately, this is why Charlie mentions the sealing option, because the potholes, they occur very rapidly. In other words, they've been in, and within a week or 2, the potholes are back. So with the trailers being parked in that area, which is easy for loading, etc., when we travel down there's certainly a lot of thumping as we go through it. And that's what the Wakarama are particularly tying into with that. And if you think about our rowing skiffs, which are pretty long, and they are made of carbon fibre, so they are sort of, they are fragile. So yes, those sorts of things is that you're looking at that option of maintenance of a gravel road versus sealing a road is when you're looking at cost estimates, needing to think around that sort of ongoing maintenance versus cost, the upfront cost if you're doing something.
And sorry, have you done any ballpark costings on that road development?
No, because over the years we have sort of maintained ourselves. personally going and getting a pile of gravel and tossing it in the potholes and stamping it in. But no, we haven't looked at that. If it's something that I don't know if council can do that, or whether we can look through our club to members who have some associations with roading to look at that costing for you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Coxhead, followed by Councillor
Very
Ray.
quick question, just the dimensions of the road, including the parking. Brittany, that's probably for you.
Sorry, wasn't here for the brief. It's quite difficult to see. There are some dimensions on there. Charlie, are you able to zoom in on that, please? Or not really? It's just under the two white arrows. There's a dimension there. So I think from memory, I did it as car parks 2.5 by 5.4, I believe. And the road was done to rural standards. So I think it's a bit fuzzy, but I think it's about 6 meters each lane. 2.5 by 5.4 for the car parks, and the roads are approximately the lanes approximately 6 meters each. The length of the parcel, which the boundary has it as 105 on the north side, and I don't have it on the south side. There's a white block with the bearing and dimension on it.
This presentation is on your Stella if you wish to look further. Councillor Ray.
Thank you, sir. Oh, thank you for your presentation. That was so cool. I'm feeling a little bit jealous that I haven't been down to see it. But I do have a question. So you're saying prioritising, ideally sealing the road there. Are we talking about a sealed car parking area as well, or is that the gold-plated standard that would be asked for?
So I think the idea is you can actually, now that Brittany's made museum this in, you can kind of see it a bit easier. You can faintly see these red parcel boundaries here. So the idea is that within those boundaries, in fact, there's a little bit that extends beyond that. There's a strip of land that belongs to the club, which is our drive, which goes through the middle of the paddock. That's being added in. Then the idea would be, yes, tar seal everything to a minimum chip seals to anything to just kind of minimize that pothole issue.
Thank you, Councillor Alvin.
Welcome, guys. Nick, anything that can keep you in the fine specimen of physical health that you are at the moment is obviously well worthy of investment. Now, I understand that immediately adjacent to that's quite a large reserve area as well. So my expectation is, I guess, that parking and all that will naturally enhance the use of that. Have you got any views or ideas how in the longer term that reserve area might be developed as a reserve for the benefit of the community, and what use further on you might see of that area too? Because you've got a limited space there, but you're a victim of your own success at the moment, aren't you?
We really haven't looked at that, because I think we would like to fit in with the council. I think it's how we want to work. We see it as I say, a community asset. And so the benefit is for the community. And as you said, you've set this reserve aside to be used by the community, and also the planning for the esplanade, which is to run along that side of the river as well, Western Bay side of the river. So I think it's a case of working together and looking at the future for that asset for the community is what we'd like to happen.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Murray Bench.
The back to the paper road, you don't own that, do you, at this stage? You could own it if council delegated it to you.
I don't know exactly how that works. Obviously, it is a council asset. The council under the purview, I think, of your transport department.
Right.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's a council asset and you'd like it 2-laned up to the entrance.
Having said that, I think the mechanism for the club to use aspects of that space is a license to occupy. And that mechanism was used to give us permission to put the pontoon in the river the parts of the pontoon that's basically, you can kind of see down here, we've got a concrete ramp and a slipway. Those are in the paper road. You can see as it comes down here and then goes along the riverfront. And we had to get a license to occupy to put those in place. And part of that license to occupy is we are required to maintain that asset. Yep.
Thank you, gentlemen. Very full coverage of this, and I'm sure it's going to come back to a committee workshop, et cetera, to go through and move in through the process with council. I think that's all the questions, and so thank you very much for your presentation, and all the best as you continue to grow so rapidly.
Thank you very much for your time today and listening to our petition.
So could I just say, following on from Councillor Ray, an invitation to all of us to come down one Saturday morning, and we don't need a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, just come.
Yeah, please. Yeah, come on down. We'll put you in a boat and try it out. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a great spot.
Okay, we've used up all public forum time. Sorry for everybody else that's sitting there. No, the next person up is Mr. Wayne Lowry. Now, thank you. Just hit the button there and you can talk to us. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Wayne Lowry. I'm the chairman of the local Kaimai Manawa Rural Ratepayers Association. And I'm here today to talk about a road that comes off McLaren Falls Road. It's 200 metres long and it services a group of houses on Ormsby Lane. There's two elements to this. One is the road, but also the other element is the process that these people have gone through to get us to where we are today. And I think you'll understand that it's been quite a journey. And the question that you think you'll ask yourselves at the end of this is, why is it that we have to come to this state where I'm presenting to you today in order to get 200 metres of road, and I might add it's a gravel road, service to a state where it can be driven over safely. This road went in quite a few years ago, and it's been a mix of council servicing it and the locals maintaining it. And it got to a stage where it was starting to need a significant amount of repair, and the council was asked to maintain the road. And a grader was brought in and it swiped the surface off the top of the road, exposed the bare surface. And this is the story that I've been told, so I can only go from what I've been told. And exposed the clay surface bedrock. And then when it rained, it all turned into mush, became unpassable. They've got horses down there with horse floats. In order to use the road, they had to unload the horses. They had to get vehicles in to tow them up to get up the road. I should explain that this is an uphill road as it goes down off McLaren Falls Road down to the residence. So it does require a vehicle of four-wheel drive of some description or whatever, especially for towing. And the road just got very quickly eaten out. Once again, the council was called. Actually, what happened was I was involved at that stage of the game and asked to get involved. And I involved Margaret Murray Benge as well, Deputy Mayor Margaret Murray Benge, and we both down and had a look at it. And during the day, when the weather's fine, the road's in good condition. But the process kept going on, the same thing all the time. The council would get called, they'd come in and do a little bit of something, and then the rain would come and it would just get washed out. People are sliding around on it. They're having to, one resident had to lend another resident a four-wheel drive vehicle just so they could go to work. Look, on the surface, it seems a simple thing. Why is it that we can't get a road serviced to a standard that makes it passable and safe? And yet here we are today, consuming a huge amount of council time in order to try and get something as simple as 200 metres of road up to a serviceable standard. And really, in simple terms, it's as simple as that. Can we please get 200 metres of gravel road maintained to an adequate standard? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne. Questions? Mayor Denyer.
Thank you, Wayne. Appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I'd not heard this one before, but what I'm slightly confused about, which road are we actually talking about?
This is Ormsby Lane.
Ormsby Lane. Okay.
Yes.
And is it a council-owned road?
It's a council-owned road at the beginning from McLaren Falls Road as it goes down and towards the residents, and from there the residents' driveways. If you come off that, yes.
So is it the private driveways that are having difficulty, or is it the public part of the road which is having difficulty?
It's the public part of the road. It's the council bit of the road that we're struggling with. Yeah.
Thank you.
Wayne, thank you for coming in this morning. Ormsby Lane, it's 300 metres, the first 300 metres is in council ownership. And you talked about the grader going over it. There was some gravel put on it.
Yes.
Was it the right grade of gravel, and what happened to it?
Yes. One of the residents came in and spoke directly to the council staff, and they were advised, from what I was told, that there would be some gap 45, which is a larger style of stone, go on it. And from what they observed, what went on it was quite a light grit, which didn't resemble gap 45. And it very quickly went into the surface of the driveway and disappeared, and it ended up back in mush again. So even the people that were laying the ground when they were being observed, they were sliding around quite significantly as they tried to move the material around that had been delivered. So, yeah.
I actually have just been notified that that we do have a crew that will be going out on the road later this week. So it'd be interesting to see what is done and to hear further from that. Are there any further questions?
Could I just ask
Yes.
one question, please? Is there a proper maintenance description or a process that they need to go through in order to bring the road back from where it currently is to make it a correctly engineered surface?
Yes, we'll pass that on to staff right now. Callum, are you able to give an answer to that?
Yep, we have an unsealed maintenance contract which specifies how the work is to be completed. I guess what we need to remember is this summer we've had huge amount of wet weather. You know, we've had 3 extreme weather events, and all of our unsealed roads are extremely susceptible to that type of weather. So, you know, to a certain extent, we can go out and maintain a road, but if we get a heavy rainstorm the week after, then you know that road is going to deteriorate. So when the issue is when you put metal down an unsealed road, it needs to have enough clay content that the material will bind together and provide a smooth, kind of solid surface. But you don't want too much clay that when the rain hits it, it kind of turns into muddy, slidey mess. So the challenge is really getting the grade of the material correct, so you're getting a surface that will bind together, but obviously is going to be resistant to the rain. It's possible that the last time they put metal on the surface, they never got the grading right. I don't know it without investigating and reporting back to council, but that is the challenge that we face when it comes to unsealed roads.
I just want to clarify that a little bit. Thank you for the answer, but is there actually a standard that we required to meet? I think was part of reading
That's
what the
exactly right.
question was.
Correct, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I said. We've got an unsealed maintenance contractor which specifies how the work is to be completed.
Yeah, that's perhaps putting it over there. Then how do we make sure that it meets that standard?
Well, we basically monitor what the contractor's doing. We supervise what the contractor's doing. But again, you know, the issue is this year is we've had a lot of wet weather, which basically impacts the condition of particularly our unsealed roads. And it also takes staff away from business as usual activities, which means that staff have less time to supervise business as usual activities. So it's kind of a double whammy, the effect of the storms this year.
Thank you. I have questions from Councillor Ray.
Thank you, sir. Very sorry to hear that you got those issues up there. I just trying to get my head around what I'm listening to in the responses, but how long's the condition of the road been like this? Is it just sort of this summer, as he's indicating with the weather, or are we talking long-term, ongoing, every year?
It was brought to my attention probably 6 months ago, maybe a little less than that. When we go down, but that was when we first got sort of awareness of it, and then the locals had been, like I said, been doing their own maintenance up until then, and then it started to, you know, get council involvement in it, and then the last. And I accept the weather conditions haven't been great in regard to doing these things, but at the end of the day, the residents still need to get out of their driveway and get to work and do it safely. And so we need to engineer things that in such a way that they can do it. So it's been ongoing probably for about 6 months.
Very glad to hear that it's not, you know, sort of 10-year process. So hopefully, as he said, we can get somebody up there pretty quickly to deal with that.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Daly.
Wayne, I just want to clarify exactly which bit of road we're talking about. I've got the map in front of me.
Yep.
Is it the extension to Ormsby Lane, or is it over the road on the other side of McLaren Falls
So
Road?
when you go along McLaren Falls Road and then you turn left off McLaren Falls Road down onto Ormsby Road, it's that first 300 metres as you go from the top of McLaren Falls Road down into where the residents are.
Oh, yeah. So on the eastern side of McLaren Falls Road?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so it is a formed road. It's because there's a lot of private roads around there that look
Yes, there are.
they're probably troublesome as well. But
Yeah.
yeah. So and there's a paper road extension at the end before you turn right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Deputy Mayor.
Logic
Murray.
tells me that when you put a grader on a road 300 metres up in the hill area where it rains a lot, and you put the grader on it, and then, sir, something's wrong, because when the gravel doesn't go on a gravelled clay surface, we've got trouble. And we've had it, and it's so unnecessary. So I hope that council staff can correct the process in the future, because there's no point putting a gravel grader on something. Sir, I'm not asking a question, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But anyway, I look forward to the result on Friday.
Yeah. I look, and there's a bigger picture here for me is if we can get it right the first time, then we save so much money for council. So if we can pay attention to the small details, make the details correct, and then it may be a little bit more expensive in the first instance, but I think overall it'll be far more cost effective to council. So thank you very much for your time.
Councillor Joyce.
It's actually a question for staff. We've had a number of people come to us, Brad, about the state of our metalled roads. Some people are really happy with the change since the One Network contract fell over a couple of years ago, and some people are really not. And I'm just really wondering if it's a chance at some stage to review how we're doing this, because if anyone that lives out our way, I don't know, Mathers Road is regularly complained about, and a couple of others out our way as well. Having said that, there are other roads out our way that people are really happy with. So, is there a chance to have a look at what we do here and review it and make sure we have got the settings right? Because I know, like you've said, it was very fine. So I'm guessing it was probably Millings. Up the road from there, there's a gentleman, Tracy, the guy you and I were dealing with, who wanted Millings on his road. So, it's just a matter of how we do this may need another look.
We can, Councillor Dwight, we can always look into it. What I would suggest is that the state of roads, whilst they might seemingly deteriorate overnight, that is not the case of something happening overnight. It is a long period of time where what could be manifesting now on the state of our roading network is a lack of preventative maintenance that's happened over a long period of time, and it's now surfacing, and it's something we need to respond to.
Further questions then? I'm not sure who was first, but I'll go with Councillor Daly then.
Look, Wayne, I just want absolute clarity on this. So you're only talking about the first 300 metres?
Yes.
On the straight section before you turn right into the private driveway?
Correct.
Okay, no, that's good, thank you.
Councillor Alvin.
Morning, Wayne.
Good morning.
Good to see you here.
Thank you.
Looks a bit of a bugger's muddle in here because even part of that road doesn't look as though it's even on the road reserve. So there looks to be more than one issue floating around in there, isn't there? So I just had a look, and so it looks relatively complicated to get a decent fix in there. But of course, something needs to be done because there's a significant deterioration of access, but probably not quite simple and straightforward because the road's in the adjoining neighbours' piece of land as well.
Okay.
Is there? Oh, there wasn't a question, right?
It's really interesting when you stand here. You get asked a lot of questions that you get asked.
So I think we've exhausted our questions, and thank you so much for bringing the matter to us. I think you'll see that there will be some deep work done on this, and we should hear a bit more by the end of the week.
Thank you very much.
For a starter. Thank you again for coming.
And thank you for your time, everybody. Thank you.
Right, our next speaker is Linda Wellman.
Yeah, thank you. Hello everybody. My name is Linda Willman, and I'm a resident of Work Road in Whakamarama, Caricat area. So I've come here today to just air my concerns with our long Work Road. The area that I'm talking about is the unsealed part, which is about 2 kilometres long. And it's just getting unpassable sometimes, with all the weather that's going on. I've lived there for coming up 2 years now. And when we bought the property, I looked into the road and we were told that it was for repair at the end of 2024. Repair and sealing, or if not sealing, chip sealing. So we were sort of eager and thinking, oh, well, that's great, at least something's getting done. It came to the end of 2024 and nothing happened. So I contacted the council and they said it had been put back to 25-26. So I looked at it again, and just to make sure things were on track. And it was, I was then told it was put back to 27-28. And that was going into a planning stage, not that it was getting done, it was going into a planning stage. So my concerns at the moment are the road is full of potholes. We're down to bare dirt in some areas. The road just keeps getting washed away. I know we've had, because we get really high torrential rain up there, like everybody else does, but it seems to just wash it away, and it washes it all into the drains that they've put at the side. And then we're sort of driving on clay, and it forms big potholes. So I know that they've been down over the past few months, and they've graded it, which it's okay grading it, but on part of the road where the big the turns are near the waterfall, the dockland area, that is so corrugated, it's sort of shakes you out of you and it bounces the car sort of along the road. And they keep grading that, but not grading it fully. So they take a little bit off the top and then they throw like metal on it. The metal that they're using is like, it looks like it's like quarry waste. It's not an actual roading metal. It's big stones, you know, say, yay, this big, that they're using on it, which we've had so many punctures, all the residents up there. My husband had one the other week that actually wrecked his tire, and it cost us quite a bit of money to put it right. And it's just getting out of hand now and terrible. This road is an actual school bus run. I'm not sure whether you're aware of that. We have 2 buses coming up there daily. I've seen the buses driving around those areas, and it is a little bit edgy. Me and my little Jimny 4x4, it just kicked the back out of that a few times as I've gone round the bends, and I don't drive fast. I'm not a hoon driver. I'm not a rally driver. I just tootle around at the speed that I can cope with it. But yeah, the road is getting pretty terrible. And they keep coming and fixing it. The last one they did, I think it was a couple of weeks ago or a week ago, the grader came and dragged all the stone out of the gutter, or I call it the gutters, or the storm drain, and they plonked it in the middle of the road. So it was scraped up and put in the middle, which then raised it, which when you drove on it, your car was like this going up the road, which was quite scary. My husband, he's got a big like 4x4, and he said it was really, you know, scary driving along there. Talking with the residents around there, they've been through the council about it before. I think a couple of years ago, they said they had a meeting up at the top of Work Road, and it was decided it was going to be looked at, but nothing has been done and no contact has been made since then. So I'm not sure where we sort of go from here. So, yeah.
Thank you. I've had a note given to me here that it basically work is starting on that as far as the design work, but the actual road surface is not scheduled for renewal, not renewal, for resurfacing. Yeah, the extension until 2027 still, which is what you've been told. I have to say that I drove up it just last week. I wasn't very chuffed with the state of it myself personally, and only a little over a month ago I drove up it, and I frankly drove very slowly in a car capable of dealing with uneven surfaces. It just rattled the cars to bits. I can understand your concern, and I can understand the issues that I've had where people have constantly finding they're having to replace tyres. So we have a number of issues here. Do we have any questions? One, Councillor Daly.
Sorry, Linda.
That's all right.
Can you tell me what your actual address is, please?
My what?
Actual address.
Address?
What number on the road?
Oh, sorry. 1039C. So I'm right at the top.
I've just been looking at it on the map as we do. But I see, is that near the intersection? Isn't a bit of a right turn and a left turn, or a Y intersection right at the top?
No,
So you
it's just a turnaround
Okay.
with properties off it.
Because there is a lot of properties past the end of the road, which goes into a paper road.
Yes, yeah,
So you're on the actual council road.
yes,
just to be
yeah. So
clear.
when you get to the top and it's the turnaround and you've got all like the post boxes and then all drives off it, one of the drives is actually a paper road.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of sympathy because I drive on number 2 road quite regularly, and the variability in the delivery since the Downer contract finish has been all over the place. But funnily enough, it's just been done in the last couple of weeks, and I think they've done a really good job. But if it wasn't so wet and it had a chance to harden out, it would be exceptional.
Yeah.
But I know what it's like when they put big rocks into it, and I've had punctures from exactly that experience myself.
Yeah, yeah. It's they are coming and doing it, but they're not doing it right. It's as soon as you drive on it, the stones just flick either side. At the moment they did it, I think it was last week they came and did it, and we had the downpour, and now we've got like ruts in the road and the potholes have come back. So it's not it. Why waste money doing that? When if you just did it properly and it was rolled and you could get those stones like knitting together, I think it would be a lot better. But yeah, I just think it's just graded, thrown on the top and then left. And it could be a week later, depending on the weather, 2 weeks later, we're just back to square one with it.
We've been getting complaints from other parts of the district as well, like was said in the previous, with Wayne previously.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted, this is perhaps more a question for Brad actually, but I just want to be clear, there's 3 kilometres left of work road to be sealed, and we do it in 1 kilometre sections. My understanding is that we're doing 2 kilometres, and then the third one will be sometime later, so that last section is not actually in the section that will be done in 2027.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So I just want to be clear that although we fully intend to seal another 2 kilometres, give or take, in 2027, there'll be a last kilometre, which is, I think, where your house is, that won't be sealed for another few years after that.
Yeah. Well, it's about just over 2 kilometres that's gravel road now, because as you come over the bridge, the road bridge, and you go down, then it goes on to the sealed, which is where a few houses are and where it leads to our drive. So that bit, I'm not sure how long, which area it is that's sealed already, but it's that bit from there to where it starts. That's the area. That's the issue.
Thank you. No other questions? Well, thank you very much, Linda.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your time, and we do sympathise with you about the roads. Obviously, it's becoming quite a common feature for us.
Yeah.
But thank you for coming in and telling us about it today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mrs. Jill Dell. Okay. Good morning there, Jill, and you'll be pleased to see that the crowd in front of you has reduced when you were concerned about all the people.
That's good. I'm pleased about that. Thank you very much for having us, to you all. First of all, I'd just like to introduce Jeff, my husband. We're here to present an issue regarding the wonderful rock wall at Waihi Beach. That is the one on 2 Mile Creek. First of all,
just so councillors are aware, there is a paper photographs.
Yes, if you could look at the photographs when I say photo 1, that would be amazing. First of all, I want to thank council for building the rock wall on 2 Mile Creek. It's definitely helped with reducing erosion at our property. And we're here on purely selfish grounds because we're only talking about our property. And the other thing I'd really like to say is to Rodney Joyce, thank you very much for actioning things that I sent you on texts and for getting the creek dredged because because I really think that helped a lot, and also clearing out the drains when I said there's stuff in it. Yeah. So, however, our land flooded on January the 22nd, 2026. This was not even deemed a cyclone, just heavy rain. The water reached our banana palms, which are at least 15 metres back from the creek. If you can look at photo 1. This has never happened before, and at that stage where the rock wall had been built. Even in Gabriel in February 2023, before the rock wall, the water did not reach this level. We consider that the reason for it not reaching the level is that the bank was higher before the building of the wall. Before the wall, we also had more vegetation. That was our green waste area where we just dumped stuff. And it was all removed for the construction of the wall. The vegetation and the height of the bank obviously helped to minimise the chance of flooding. We also feel that either our land has been lowered adjacent to the top of the wall or that the creek bed has been raised to facilitate the flow downstream. We do know that rocks were added to the creek bed. Either way, the creek is now more prone to flooding in this area. This also applies to the properties at 42 and 38 Wilson Road. In the latest flood on the 22nd of Jan, the water reached the main sewer manhole cover, which is on the property of 38, which is next door to us. That's on photo 2. You can't see the manhole cover, it's underwater. This could have been a major concern if water had got into that line. Photo 3, that shows that the wall is considerably lower at the bottom of our property compared to 46 and 48 Wilson Road. So council many years ago built up that land so council could sell the land and get some money. And as you can see, it's a lot higher up there. It drops down to us. You can see the rock wall, and then when the flood, you cannot see the rock wall because the water is over it. We understand that the wall was not constructed in order to prevent flooding, but rather to prevent erosion. However, the land at the properties of 45 and 48, as I just mentioned, were raised by council to prevent flooding in order to facilitate the sale many years ago. The same also applies to the properties opposite our place, over the creek. We know our property can't be built up to this height, but it would be useful if it could be raised to some extent to prevent flooding. Building and development upstream has increased the flow of water into 2 Mile Creek considerably. And we're a little bit concerned about the dam issue. We're not quite sure what's happening there, but if there's no dam, what's going to happen to the water when it rushes down 2 Mile Creek? Is it going to get worse? So we don't enjoy living in a flood zone. Admittedly, it's not our house that's getting affected, but it is the land. Where am I up to? Our land nearest the creek has basically become a marshland. We cannot build up as we are limited to 5 cubic metres on our land for restriction for development. During Cyclone Vinu, was a cyclone, on April the 12th, there was not a lot of rain. We were very lucky. The creek measured 7.6. There's a photo of that, photo 4. I don't know what the measurements are. I just saw the numbers. So I don't know whether it's in centimetres or what it is. I don't know. The stream luckily stayed within its banks, albeit barely. If the river had reached the scale of 8, we would have been flooded again. Photo 5 shows how the wall operated in Cyclone Vaianu and the difference in the wall height in different sections of the creek. So you can see very clearly there the levels. So where are we? So from where council developed that land on the right-hand side down to our sections. We measured it the other day, just with the tape measure. We think it's about 300 mils, 30 centimetres, 40 centimetres. Not that much, but it's making a big difference. Obviously, the wall did its job in Vainu, and maybe the dredging of the creek. We don't know. We also know about the dredging of the creek, that it's only permitted on a certain number of occasions. We're not quite sure how that operates, whether it gets dredged every time there's a cyclone, because the last one, the one before the heavy rain, it wasn't dredged. The council had plenty of warning before Vainu this time, and drain clearance is also effective. This does not always happen. So where to from here? Mitigation of flooding at 40 Wilson Road could be solved by raising the wall about 30 centimetres, adding another layer of rocks. That could happen for us and also next door at 38. At 42, there's quite, around by the Pahutakawa trees, there's quite a layer of rocks there, and the water didn't seem to come over at that level. Yeah, we understand that the rocks have been tied into the contours of our land, but as I say, we think that the land has been lowered a little bit. Adding another layer would require backfilling to avoid ponding at the bottom of our section. However, there are things, somebody told me yesterday about a valve that you can outlet the water and not let the water come in. This would also apply to 38 Wilson Road. I have spoken to the owner of 38 Wilson Road, and she is in total agreement with what I'm saying. So at great expense and after much effort, we have tried to beautify this area to create a positive outlook along the creek. We haven't got rubbish along the creek. It does look very pretty. However, our efforts have been hampered due to the flooding, and we feel that our next step is to try and build up the edge of the bank with green waste. This is the way it used to be before the wall, which is definitely not aesthetically pleasing. The green waste would inevitably be washed downstream into the flood, potentially causing blockage. However, we can't see another way, as buying multiple native plants to build up this area has been an expensive business. So historically, we really have been dealt some harsh blows with our section. The construction of the main sewer line years ago created an awful lot of angst, and it's when the grievance process started regarding that. This led to our land being lowered in places due to the earthworks, along with limitations for development, as we now have the main Waihi Beach sewer line right through the middle of our property. At that time, mature trees were knocked down, and the area had to be reinstated by us. The creek also has caused difficulties over the years, as is documented. However, we're still there, and we still love it. It is also interesting to note that you put out a flyer after the creek had been built, really pretty, and you've got our property right in the centre front of it. Obviously, you thought that was nice enough to take a picture of for all the people in the community to say, wow, look at that rock wall. Doesn't quite look like that now. It looks a bit nicer, but all our bark that we put down there floated all the way down to the ocean. We'd like to enhance this even more, but feel that we'd be wasting time, energy, and money because each time it floods, it all washes down. So we look forward to a positive response from council and how council can mitigate this flooding issue. Got anything to say? I've done a real good job, Emma.
Thank you very much, Jill.
So,
Now,
yeah.
questions? Councillor Joyce.
So it's really for staff, and I realise not too much we can say right now, but Brad, can you give us an idea of where we're up to with this?
We will investigate things and then come back to you with what our findings are. I anticipate that we could probably complete an investigation and provide you findings before the end of May.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Margaret Murray Bench.
I heard what you said, and it's sort of hell on earth. You don't want to turn it into the Venus of New Zealand, do you?
No, not really.
Although that would be nice.
Be nice. I mean, it's.
Could you tell me, one of the things that you're concerned about is the dam. If we don't have the dam, I think that's a question you want answered. And so I can't get it now. But Mr. Chairman, I think it's one thing that you want to be involved with and feel
definitely
confident with whatever decision we make. Thank you.
Yeah, because I can just see walls of water rushing down. I mean, I don't know. Don't know how it works.
Basically, at this stage, the dam is a separate catchment. So, but water still from that area does eventually come into 2 Mile Creek. I have to say that. But that's under the extreme conditions. But the dam isn't at this point in time that issue.
Can't hear what he said.
No, well, thank you very much, Jill, for bringing that to our attention. You've had a commitment that there is some work happening about this. And it will be hopefully some idea on where we're likely to head by May, end of May. And hopefully it helps a little more with your issue, which I have seen from previously.
Yeah, you have seen it.
And I'm quite aware of what you're saying.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Right. So now we have presenting to us is Bruce McCabe, Roger Goodman, John Duffy and Judy Sampson and friends. Basically, please take your place up there and tell us all about it. Aware that this item is actually on our agenda. For a decision to be made about its future later in this meeting. So if you can actually, if you want to summarise where we're at, etc., and if there's any new information as well, that would be, well, I suggest a really good point to work with. But hey, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chairman Allen. I took your suggestion earlier on, and I'm excuse me, going to introduce some new information. Sorry, that's all right. I'm going to ask our administrative law advisor, Mr. Graham McKinstry, to speak rather than my position in the order of things. But first of all, I'm Roger Goodman, and I appear on behalf of the Friends of Precious Family Reserve, which is a community operating group working within the Amokoroa Environment Managers Incorporated, and I'm the chairman of Amokoroa Environment Managers Inc. First up, we'd like to acknowledge that the Kaimai Ward councillors and the new council have shown a genuine willingness to revisit the decision of the 10th of June 2025. That reflects exactly the kind of evidence-based community responsive governance that Amakara and the Western Bay value. So thank you for that. 3 members of the community will now speak in turn on the community petition, the planning and consent record, and a confirmed safety incident at this facility. And in addition, as I've mentioned, I'm going to ask Mr. McKinstry, because of your invitation, Chairman Sol, to speak on the issues of the administrative law. Each line of evidence stands independently, but together they are conclusive and point to one outcome, option C, remove the precious reserve toilet. I'll return to conclude with some brief comments. And first of all, Bruce McCabe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dr. Bruce McCabe. I want to speak about the petition this community submitted to Council in March 2025 because it remains the most authoritative single piece of evidence before the committee today. The petition asked one precise question: whether signatories opposed the proposed toilet at the location set out in the resource consent dated 23rd of May 2024. It was not a general objection to public amenities. It was a specific, considered objection to one location. 376 residents and users of the Precious Family Reserve signed in just 9 days. They were not internet activists clicking on a faceless link. Many came to a staff table in the reserve itself or answered a door knock and signed in person. This process was deliberately designed to reach people using the reserve, those without reliable digital access, older residents, long-time locals, precisely the people most affected by decisions about this public space. 376 signatures represent 6.6% of Amakara's total population at the time. Of those signatures, 161 or 42.8% stated that they did not believe a toilet was needed within the reserve at all. A further 112 or nearly 30% said the toilet should be located elsewhere within the reserve. So in other words, 73% of people who signed this petition did not support the proposed toilet. This was not a blunt instrument. It was detailed. The detailed layered picture of the community sentiment, exactly the kind of evidence a council should welcome. The council was very poorly received at the meeting in June 2025, even though it was conducted under council's own standing orders. The way it was treated was incredibly skewed and said to carry zero weight in the council's decision-making and completely ignored the feelings of locals who use the reserve. Furthermore, the view of the Amakara Community Board was totally misrepresented during debate, a misrepresentation that a number of councillors, acting in good faith, relied upon when casting their votes. This approach to dealing with public involvement sits very uneasily alongside the principles the Mayor publicly endorsed, that the council's focus was caring for communities through collaboration and open discussion, because trust grows when we listen and act together. The council agenda item that we're considering relies on anecdotal evidence of support, yet the agenda paper itself includes a quantified petition analysis summary showing 376 signatures and a breakdown of preferences, including many who wanted a different location or no toilet. If councillors are being asked to make an evidence-based decision, council should avoid elevating anecdote above recorded engagement evidence already held by council. They should also consider some of the creative accounting that's been used to justify a particular decision. So we ask the committee to treat the petition as the primary documented expression of community concern before it today. So in conclusion, 376 people signed because they believed their council would listen. The vote for option C is the moment that the belief is either honoured or dishonoured. Thank you.
Next speaker there, yeah.
Our next speaker is on my right, Mr. John Duffy. John?
Morena, can you hear me? Morena, Mr. Chair, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor and councillors. My name is John Duffy. I'm going to speak about the planning and consent process that authorised the toilet and about the building compliance record of the unit itself. A single thread runs through everything I'll say. At every stage of the process undertaken, it has been less than good practice, particularly when it comes to engagement with the community, stakeholders and affected parties about the reserve management plan, concept plan processes, the resource consent process and the building consent approach. This is disappointing, particularly as council should lead by example and apply good practice when it comes to the development of its own projects. The reserve management plan, when the toilet was relocated in 2025, the Precious Family Reserve had no adopted management plan containing the approved concept plan. The document on council's website at the time was the 2003 concept plan, one that predated the 2018 concept plan entirely and did not provide for the toilet at this location. That concept plan had not been formally incorporated into the reserve management plan framework, but this not occurring until the outcome of the plan review in 2025. The 2018 concept plan noted the presence of a toilet to be located at or near the pump station, some distance away from the eventual location selected and where the toilet is now sited. Whilst there was engagement undertaken to develop the concept plan, adjacent owners affected by the change in the location from the concept plan had no opportunity to voice their concerns and discuss these with council staff or the decision makers ahead of the decision to proceed with the revised toilet location, design and installation. Indeed, the community did not learn of the toilet location had changed from the 2018 concept until they saw an engineer surveying the new site in August 2024, by chance, not through any council communication. The October 2025 briefing report prepared by the Friends of Precious Family Reserve for this council states that clearly a more appropriate course would have been to further defer investment decisions until the reserve management plan review is complete. It is noted that the review now completed adopted the 2018 concept plan, which was not amended, which still shows the proposed toilet location well away from the current site, with a number of other features, planning, parking and access, all still having a lack of clarity about actually what is proposed and when. Now turn to the consent process. In May 2024, the council granted itself a non-notified resource consent to install this toilet. The council is simultaneously the applicant and the consent authority. New Zealand case law recognises this arrangement carries a heightened duty of procedural openness. This did not happen here. When the community submitted an alternative site proposal in September 24, it was not told that a resource consent had already been approved. A critical analysis submitted in December 25 on behalf of adjoining property owners identified material deficiencies. The 8 neighbouring properties were not treated as affected parties. Proximity to the Moller family memorial seat was not properly assessed, and no genuine alternatives analysis was conducted. In terms of the planting that's proposed, the planting relied upon by council is located approximately 30 metres away from the toilet. It cannot, by any reasonable interpretation, constitute a screen planting. It neither softens or obscures the structure from any material vantage point. Equally, an apparent driver for selecting the location on the reserve was to retain a degree of passive surveillance from neighbouring properties from a septic perspective. However, the screen planting that's now in has the potential to reduce this effectiveness of such surveillance if it's allowed to grow to be more than screen planting, with the plants able to grow up to 3 metres. Turning our minds to the building consent process, this is not a new toilet. It is a second-hand unit first installed in Waihi Beach in 2008-2009, approximately 17 years ago. Relocated following what council staff have confirmed was a predominantly cosmetic refurbishment. The electronic door and control systems, the safety critical components were not overhauled. A self-closing electronically locked door on a public toilet is a specified system under the building specified systems regulations. That classification is not discretionary. It requires a building consent, code of compliance certificates, and a compliance schedule, and an annual building warrant of fitness. Documents demonstrating to a legal standard that the facility is safe for public use. However, a building consent exemption determination was made in February 25. And whilst I agree council has the ability to grant itself an exemption, as I noted earlier, in my view, council should adopt a good practice in the way it operates, holding itself accountable to a higher standard than that which applies to the public generally, not less. Why removal is the right outcome? Council is within its right to make informed decisions. However, the processes applied to the Precious Family Reserve toilet have been below good practice, not considered the siting of the facility in the context of the long-term use and development of this reserve. In this respect, our analysis of option C is that removal resolves the legal, planning and safety risk clearly and permanently. It resets the sequence. A proper long-term development plan for Precious Family Reserve can now be completed before any further development decisions are made. A new toilet, properly sited, properly consented and integrated into the reserves management plan is a legitimate future outcome, but it must be built on a right foundation. I'll now hand over to Judy, who will tell you what happened to her in February.
Chairperson, councillors, my name is Judy Sampson. I'm the person who was trapped in that toilet. I think I need to give you a little bit of background. First of all, I'm here simply to address safety issues. I never signed the petition. I'm totally neutral when it comes to the positioning of the toilet. We have a small dog. We walk it regularly at the Precious Reserve and on the foreshore. My husband is 90 years old and he suffers from dementia. So I think these are all fairly valid points. It was Sunday, the 1st of February. It was exceptionally hot. In a Mauhara, at that point, it was 29 degrees. We'd returned from a weekend in Taupo. The trip was longer than usual because of roadworks and detours. So we decided that we would stop and take the dog for a walk before we returned home because it was on our way. So we stopped the car. We got a sun umbrella out of the back, which we have never done before because of the heat. We walked the dog, we got to the toilet and I stopped to go. I said to my husband, I need to go to the toilet. He was going to sit outside the toilet and I said, no, it's too hot for you to sit out there. Go and sit on the seat, which is quite a few metres away, and put the sun umbrella up. It's too hot to stand outside the toilet. I went into the toilet, closed the door. My first impression was the toilet was full of toilet paper. I thought, well, that's strange. Pushed the flush button, nothing happened. I went to the toilet, pushed the flush button again, nothing happened. I then washed my hands, pushed the button to open the door, nothing happened. At that point, I realised there was no power. That's why the toilet didn't flush. It's why the door didn't open. And I also realised there was supposed to be a light in the toilet. That didn't work either. I wasn't sure if my husband could hear me because I had asked him to sit down at the seat, which is a wee distance away. So I knocked on the door. I also called out. Fortunately, our dog obviously heard me and she drew my husband's attention. He came over. He stood outside the toilet and I explained to him the situation, said what you need to do, and this is, I'll just backtrack a wee bit here. My husband used to be in the fire service, so he has been used to responding to emergencies. So I said to him, what you need to do is have a look and see if you can see anybody on their patios and the houses at the back of the park. If you can, walk over to them and tell them that I'm locked in the toilet. So this was when it started to get a major concern to me, because once he had gone, I didn't know if he would be under stress. He gets confused. Would he get confused? Would he just disappear? Would he just walk away and not know what he was supposed to be doing? I listened very carefully. There was no one around. It was so hot. And that is a very busy place. There's always cyclists. There's always people walking their dogs, people walking. There was no one. No sound of gravel whatsoever. I waited and I waited. And I remember it going through my head, this must be what it was like when, during the war, when the Japanese locked people in tin sheds. It got hotter and hotter. Fortunately, Bob did find some people, and while they looked after him and the dog and gave them water, 2 men came over and they forced the door open. As soon as we came out of the toilet, we went round to the side and there was an electric switch on there. We tried that to see if there was anything would happen. Nothing happened. So at that point, one of the wives had already rung the council and reported the incident. Now, the only thing that concerns me of this, apart from the fact that I was extremely lucky, who knows what would have happened, I think maybe 2 hours was the most anyone could have survived in there, and I didn't have my cell phone on me. What does concern me a lot is that no one has ever bothered contacting me to find out what happened. And I understand a report has been written, and I am concerned that there may be assumptions given the fact that nobody contacted me. So to clarify, it was exceptionally hot. It was 29 outside. I don't know what it would have been inside, at least 32, I suspect. I only pushed the button once to open the door because I immediately realised that there was no power, adding up the fact that the toilet hadn't flushed and that the light wasn't working. And so I just wanted to clarify, you know, those assumptions. And I think basically that's it. And I just think that it's very concerning that, you know, that situation did happen.
Judy, thank you for your. I think you can probably hear me from here. Okay, thank you, Judy. A harrowing experience from a toilet which was defective right from the very beginning. Could I now ask Mr. Graham McKinstry to take over my position in the speaking order?
Whilst you're setting up, may I say from here, certainly from me, and I'm sure the councillors, we are sorry for the incident and what has happened to you. It would have been quite a terrifying sort of situation, or concerning for you, extremely concerning. And nobody likes to see that sort of thing happen to anybody. And I do apologise for any part that we as council have done.
It wouldn't have been a nice way to go.
Mr. Chairman, councillors, my name is Graham McKinstry. I'm a retired solicitor with experience in acting for local authorities, a government department, and in administrative law. I live in Mokoroa in the Linley Park area, and therefore I'm not directly affected. I've been using the Precious Reserve and the Mokoroa Golf Course for the last 25 years. I wish to make a brief statement in support of removal of the toilet. Council, in its executive forum, directed the General Manager of Infrastructure Group to bring a paper to the Council to consider 4 options for the toilet. The first option in the original direction was to remove the toilet, option 1. The report was released on the 16th of April. Option 1 in the direction had been transmuted by the council officer author to read. First of all, it said that the toilet facility be removed from the Precious Family Reserve, and then the following addendum had been made. And the toilet facility be removed from the reserve and relocated to a different site elsewhere in the district, and recommends that a budget of $50,000 be funded from rates in the year to accommodate this. Now, this variation was approved with respect by the General Manager, who, in my opinion, should not have done so. The emphasized part of the direction should have been made superfluous to the report, or at the very least, the submitters should have been advised and given a proper opportunity to respond to these additional criteria. I believe that the additional part was unneeded, it was misleading, and in effect, it provided a platform for the council staff to enlarge the direction and provide obfuscation to the real and simple question posed in option 1. No detail is given to justify the alleged cost of $50,000, the majority of which may well be represented by costs of relocation. And also, if I may say so, it ignores one of the obvious options, and that is if the toilet is removed, it could be sold. The submitters, as you've heard, say clearly that the toilet was installed without consultation, without notification to affected parties, and without required permits and certifications. It is in my submission these errors which have brought this matter to the fore and why we're here at this point. In my submission, whatever costs incurred in the simple removal process and not reinstatement elsewhere are because of the deficiencies in the action of the council staff, and council must accept these costs without attempting to say they're an imposition on the ratepayers. And in fact, we believe the cost would be $20,000 or less for simple removal. Recommendation 3A, which is before you, suggests that the council staff undertake a lessons learnt process. That seems to me to be an admission of some element of fault on behalf of council staff, and it completely ignores any deleterious effect on community members, not only those who live nearby. The report then asserts that the council will be required to undertake community consultation on the change of location of the toilet facility or removal. I suggest that such consultation would be pursuant to the council's significance and engagement policy, and when that policy is examined, none of the criteria requiring consultation apply, and therefore no consultation and subsequent cost would be required in relation to removal. Thank you for listening to me, and no thanks. I don't want the toilet to be relocated in Lakeside Terrace where I live. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further, as we've gone a fair way now?
That's just a, thank you, councillor. So on the advice of my ward councillors, I'm going to forbear to go through my closing remarks of 3.5 pages. I understand that they are in front of you, and I leave those to you to take into your deliberations on 10.1. So again, thank you, and thank you to my team, and particularly to Judy for coming and, if you like, re-experiencing the trauma that she experienced from this faulty piece of equipment. And again, Bruce, thank you, and John, thank you, and thank you as well. And to Stephen Whiteman in the corner over there, our scribe, thank you, Stephen. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you very much. Now we have questions, and first of all, we have
Thank you. My question is a simple one, but despite 20 minutes of presentation and a dozen pages of submission, detailed submission, so thank you for that, the answer to which has not been touched on at all today, despite it being the only question that really matters. And that is, why don't you want a toilet in this position or this location? And I'd quite like a precise answer to that doesn't refer to process or circular arguments. So if you can perhaps give your answer to why you don't want the toilet where it is.
Frankly, Mayor Denyer, it is a sleight of hand. The fact that the original proposal was for the toilet to be against a treed wall and against the pumping station that was there. And basically, there was no consultation about the revised position, and it infringed on.
We're getting into process again. What's your problem with the toilet where it is?
Exactly that it's in the wrong position. It's stuck right in the middle of the reserve. It's an eyesore, and it should have been placed when its original proposal was against the wall. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I think the key word is eyesore.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Coxhead.
Following on from that question, so had it proceeded as consulted on in the first place against the pump station, where the pump station is, would we be seeing you in council now?
No.
No, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Murray Bench.
And the question is, why not? Because I want to put my question to Mrs. Sampson, and I should have declared, sir, at the beginning of the meeting that she is a very dear friend and a project manager for the foundation work of the tennis club at Amukaroa. And we've never really thanked you for that, Judy, but you have. The fact that you were stuck in that toilet, and dodgy old toilet, and started to look at the reason why it is dodgy. And one, it doesn't work. It hasn't got a code of compliance. What else is wrong with it?
I don't have a problem at all. I don't have a problem. The council's closed the thing down. They fixed it. I would be wary about using it again unless I left the door open and my husband outside, I suspect.
Not a pretty sight.
Yeah, but I don't have a problem with it. I think a toilet needed to go there somewhere. I would like to know from the council why it was specifically positioned there. I mean, my understanding, and given I've got quite a lot of experience in building and project management in that field, I would have thought that it was there because it was on higher ground, because that whole area is quite boggy. If you go down there now, you need gumboots, really. I would have thought it was because on higher ground. I understand that they like toilets placed away from too much screening, because there's been a lot of things like sexual assaults in toilets. So I understand those are all factors. I'm not sure why it should not be in that position, and no one's told me why it should not be in that position.
Question, sir. Can I ask Mr. Duffy, and it's really grateful that you're here with your experience from Becca. You talked about the process. You live adjoining the rest of the reserve, and in the original 2018, where the toilet was to go up where the wastewater system was, presumably an engineer had looked at that and said it was possible before, in fact, we as councillors, it came before us. But sir, as a resident there, were you ever consulted, or was it just the person behind the hedge who was renting up the hill, who had no view of the toilet or anything else?
I was consulted as part of the original reserve management plan, and then the concept plan, there was some engagement. I suppose my comments as a planner, and I've provided this twice through the process, was that I didn't necessarily see that as the right location. I'm not sure whether there was any engineering done at that time, because it was a landscape concept plan, and a concept plan by definition probably doesn't, hasn't got that amount of detail. For me, what I said was, I have said a couple of times, is that what's the ultimate use of that reserve, like long-term. It's one of the few swimming beaches in the peninsula. And when council has come for engagement, the first time was probably, 10 years ago when there was 2,000 people. Now there's 5,000 people. Ultimately, we're going to be, we won't be spoiled for choice in relation to coastal reserves. And for me, with young kids growing up and using the esplanade, having the toilet that's proximate to where people are swimming in the beach makes far more sense. As distinct to putting one where it is at the moment. And the land adjacent to us will be developed at some stage. So I'm of the view that a long-term view should be taken. When you look at the land holding that is around it, that will be developed. So passive surveillance will be as easy for the vacant land that's up on the hill. But at the moment, it's almost like a short-term solution for what's, where is the long-term solution? And have we invested in something that isn't necessarily going to be the best long-term investment?
Right, could I ask back to the toilet? And if someone could explain to me, you've obviously done a great deal of homework. Is it unusual to put a toilet there without a code of compliance? Or any, Mr. Duffy?
I'm not an expert on toilets, but I, again, and I haven't worked directly for a council in NZ, but you would expect, I would expect and hope that, again, as I've said, like good practice, warrants going through an appropriate process, and that you would hope that in terms of council's own operations that you're undertaking, good practice, which normally requires, going through a building consent process, code of compliance and a maintenance schedule.
Thank you.
Councillor Daly.
Question to Roger Goodman. When you answered Councillor Coxhead's question, were you answering on behalf of everyone that's concerned about the toilet location?
Could you reframe that question in terms of everybody? Do you mean the 376 petitioners, or are you referring to the company that I'm keeping now?
Yeah, the company you're keeping now, but I guess in a broader sense as well. But
yes, I'm including the people that I'm representing at this point in time. And I also believe that if you look at the petition as Dr. McCabe dissected it, there wasn't a need for it to be placed in that position. And as Dr. McCabe pointed out, it's not in opposition to a toilet facility being provided in that reserve. And as Mr. Duffy has indicated, for the use of the beach, it would be much better sited closer to the beachfront itself. And there was some discussion in June 2025 about that. Currently, the usage of the beach, there are people who do go down there and take their children, but they wouldn't let them out of their sight, which is what would have to happen if they were going to use that toilet facility. In fact, parents would have to come back with the children it's about 200 metres, I think, from the beach to do that.
are you suggesting we should have a changing shed as well, maybe?
I think that would be an excellent suggestion, and that's where we come back to the discussion about a longer term plan and what's going to be done for the Precious Family Reserve. In fact, there are members of the Friends of Precious Family Reserve who'd like to see the area beyond what's known as the neck developed into with picnic tables and other facilities there, and that would make sense. So well beyond the neck and well beyond the position where the current toilet is, close to the water.
I just have one last question, I think. In terms of the screen planting that was mentioned, which has been put in 30 metres away from the toilet, so presumably 55 metres from the property boundary. I understand the concerns that will grow to be more of an impediment for your view than the toilet itself, but I just wanted to ask about the concept plan, the 2018 concept plan, and the wetland reserve mark number 4 on the concept plan. I noticed from early site visits back in the day, like 8 years ago, when this concept plan was presented to council, that was very much a clear site, and the wetland reserve was very much unplanted and undeveloped. Now it's grown significantly with the trees are extremely much larger than they were originally. Does that cause any concern? Does that cause any concern for the residents? The fact that that wetland has grown to such a significant extent, and your view to the sea, I guess, is now severely constrained by that.
Thank you, Councillor Dowling. I think there were two components to your question. One was about what's known as the finger planting, which has been presented as screening for the toilet. The second one was the development of the waterway that was there. We received a grant from the Environmental Enhancement Fund of the Regional Council to do that work, and then the previous Reserves Manager, Steve White, worked very closely with the Friends of Precious Family Reserve to actually beautify that area. Currently, we have a large number of volunteers working with the Amokoroa Environment Managers Inc. And one of those groups is the Rotary Club of Amokoroa. And they're taking some ownership of that maintaining of that rockery and the plants through that area. So the short answer to your question is it's under community control, if I can put it that way. And that wet area that you're referring to, it's a floodway from the storm retentions, etc. Is a beautification. We've had some difficulty with the contractors spraying the wrong things. So some of the original plantings were destroyed and things are recovering, but we do need to get some weed control, and that's where we rely on the council to help us with that. In terms of the planting that was done as allegedly to shield the residents from the view of the toilet, it's so far away from it and it doesn't act as a screening at all. In fact, the toilet is, as you've experienced, totally obvious from anywhere that you're standing in the reserve as it is. And I go back to my answer to Mayor Denya, it is an eyesore. And the plans that the flat plans that you're looking at the moment now do not show you what the view is from a person standing on the reserve. You've got an aerial view of it there. Okay.
Look, if I can just impress upon you a little bit more. It's interesting the OEMI were involved in that wetland development, and I was gobsmacked when I saw the proposed screen planting location, and I'm just wondering if your OEMI might have been involved in screen planting of the toilet. I mean, and it would have been a much closer, more tighter screening, and would that have satisfied your concerns if that had been done, so that you couldn't actually see the toilet, but a very small clump of bushes behind it?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Daly. Yes, we would have been. And in fact, we've already made the offer to Brad to take those plants and find a new home for them so that those plants can be used in one of our planting groups. Recently, we've taken delivery of three-wheeler tuk-tuks, which have a 300 kilogram capacity. So we're able to move stuff around our different reserves. The community operating groups of the Amokoroa Environment Managers Inc. Look after a number of those reserves. In fact, in the last 12 months, we've created 2 new reserves. One's called the Bramley Reserve, and the second one is now being called the Tranquil Reserve. And those we're using with community funds. We've got good relationships with TECT and BCA, and that's one of our funding streams. So to me, we've got an incredibly active group of volunteers. We've got Renaturing Amokoroa has just come up, has just been reformed. Our pest-free group is eliminating the pests, the mammals that are causing decimation of our native flora, so native birds. And we're pleased to report that our dotterels are now recovering, and we've had 24 spoonbills down there this year. The other thing that this community group has done is to develop a bird observatory. And
can we just sort of try to keep it to the actual subject if we can? I do appreciate the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
And from that point, why you're here.
Thank you, Councillor. So we're here to get the toilet removed. Thank you.
As there appear to be no further questions, I wish to thank you all. Again, I am out of order in making that apology, but I don't think I'll have any problem with our councillors. That was a sad event, and thank you for what you've presented today. We will be discussing the issue as you've seen on the agenda very shortly. But thank you again. And council, I think we should adjourn now for a cup of tea before we start on the next part of this. We've really extended our forum
Hospitality.
quite large, but I think there were a number of things needed to be said, and it has been 8 months since we last had met.
Sir, may I, as compliment you as chairman, you have allowed people to actually express their views here this morning. And although it's taken longer than usual, 8 months is a long time between committee meetings. But I think with the talented people that have come to us for this morning, I think you have done so well in extending the time, and it's been well worthwhile. Thank you, sir.
Here. Thank you.
Off for a cup of tea, people. And we will good little break there. And thank you for your time today as well, because not only did the public have to sit and wait, you've had to go through this, and it's really important that we do hear from our people. So we will move on to our item number on pages 6 anyway, 101 or 1001, sorry, 1001. And this is to do with the Precious Family Reserve toilet options. And I basically will hand it over to Peter Watson to put forward his papers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just start a few points here that have been raised from the public forum. I just wish to clarify to help the elected members have full context of some of those issues. But basically, the report before you today is a result of requests that came to staff to put a report up about a review of the previous decision that council made on the 10th of June 2025. And those of us who were here at the time know that went through quite a lot of community consultation with, there's a public meeting on 19th of February. There was time for a petition to come through. That came through, was considered in March. And then that petition was referred to the 10th of June report, which was considered. People had the opportunity to speak as they have today in that process, and council ultimately made a decision vote on 8-3 to put the toilet in the location where it is currently located. Some of the comments raised in the public forum this morning that bring into question the costs that relate to the project, that's in the report. I'd just like to give the context that those costs relate to the scope of relocation and removal associated with those particular resolutions. The maintenance and asset costs, in my view, are neutral as they are not location dependent. No matter where you have them in the district or what reserve, those costs of depreciation, toilet maintenance and renewal costs apply and are considered as sunk costs anyway by having the toilet. The comment about loss of reduced level of service, and that's not a reduced level of service because it is placed elsewhere in the district. It is a reduced level of service in the context of Mokoroa and following through what the level of service that the agreed concept plan was seeking to achieve. There were some comments about trying to understand why the site was chosen and why it moved from where it was originally. I think Mr. Duffy raised a question when Councillor Murray Bench put it to him, was there no consideration of the location of the toilet in the original concept plan? And Mr. Duffy answered correctly by saying that it was a concept plan, not an engineering design plan. And the concept plan did allow to try and get it up where it was near the boundary and out of the middle of the area. But also when council does its concept planning, it's not doing engineering planning, it's not doing geotech engineering, it's not doing detailed work and committing costs for that may or may not be realised in the future. So also in the council decision report following the 2018 concept plan review, it did have a footnote there saying that the site may be subject to underground services or like stormwater issues, etc. And that's why it was important to read in conjunction with today's report, the previous report, because it clearly explains the rationale behind why the toilet is where it is, given the underground utility storage, pressurized tanks and the requirement and setbacks from those to achieve that requirement. And that is why it was consented for that site. The only reason the toilet needed a land use consent was because it was then getting into a floodable area. If it was put out elsewhere in the reserve in a dry area out of the flood area, there was no need for a land use consent. It was a permitted activity under the zoning of medium residential in that area. You could have actually, which we didn't obviously, put that facility near a boundary, but we would never do that, and that's why it's placed 80 metres away from the nearest boundary. One other point which was raised in the public forum, which drew me to think about something a bit further, was the retired lawyer mentioned that under council's significance policy for engagement, etc., that under the current resolutions, where it suggests that there should be consultation with the community other than those here today, to test the sentiment of the community. The way I read that was that council doesn't need to do that consultation because it doesn't meet its thresholds. Well, if you apply that principle, then there was no need to have done any consultation when we moved the toilet from one place to another place. But we went above that level of service, and we did do that consultation through the concept plan and went through the process of petition, etc. afterwards. So you can't have it both ways is what I'm suggesting there. We did, there was a change in project manager in this process. The person who started the project left the council. There may have been a little bit of lost institutional knowledge in that process, but we did, as project managers, obtain all the necessary consents required of us from our local council, being this council. Any issues about, or statements, allegations that there's no code of compliance and stuff have been fully investigated and subject to the regulatory side of council. So the screen planting, there's a misconception that screen planting means there's going to be planting immediately around the building to hide the building. We've been clear all along that when you apply SEPTED principles, which is crime prevention through environmental design, you don't, around public toilets or any building, plant right up next to it, because it just creates a place for people to hide and makes any lighting create big shadow effects, etc. That is why there's a setback from the screen planting from the perspective of screening the facility from the adjoining residential properties. Now, I haven't attended the site meeting, but I do know that the general manager and my project manager did attend a site meeting with some of the neighbours there, and I understand worked through that screen planting matters. What may not have helped a bit as well is that there was a big storm and the trees in the golf course in the background, some rather large trees have blew down and kind of opened up some harbour views and perhaps made the scale, the toilet stand out a little bit further because of the scale of the big trees, which was bringing it into the landscape environment scale was compromised to an extent. So that's just some of the points that I'd just like to raise, to clarify in there. Otherwise, the options are as we've put in the resolutions. That's the status quo, that the toilet remains and carries on performing its function and service. You know, I note that there was talk about a bigger picture plan of tables and changing rooms. Well, that would clearly create further demand for toilet facilities if the reserve is promoted in that way. Yep. And the other one is to relocate the toilet within the, reposition it within the Precious Family Reserve. It'd be subject to consent requirements because all the new consents would need to be done, etc. New designs, locations, and making sure we could achieve that. Because as you know, the area on the other side of the reserve, of Precious Reserve, can be prone to tidal, you know, and water and stuff coming in there and causing ponding issues, etc. And then the other option was that your toilet facility just be uplifted, the site be decommissioned because there's electrical cables, water, sewer there will need to be decommissioned and undone at that point in time. And we do recommend that if the committee were to follow options B or C, I think it's only fair. You've heard a strong community representation today, but my view is there are other people in that community who have happily coexisted with the toilet and used the facility and happy in it there. And that was in the previous report that we had, and some of the feedback we got on site when when it was being built, they're very happy to see it there. So there's obviously a reputational risk of removing the toilet without talking to the community at all. So that's about all I've got for now. Mr. Chairman, happy for any questions.
Thank you. Yes, any questions? And may I say, so before I move to recommendation 1 and 2, we will have this questions, etc. now. Please be aware that the first thing is basically to decide whether you wish to leave the toilet where it is or whether you wish to remove it. And we will deal from there with other things. Do take into account what your feelings are, I guess, as to what the other options are, because they are part of the whole end result, whatever happens. But if we can sort out whether it stays or goes, we will then know where we're moving, whether we need to go to B and C. Questions? Councillor Coxhead.
Peter, this might be, the answer to this may be obvious, it's not to me. So in option B, a budget of 145,000 to relocate the toilet facility within Precious Family Reserve, or C, 50,000 if it's removed and taken elsewhere in the district. Why is it more expensive to relocate in the reserve than it is to move it somewhere else when we don't even know where it would go? Because surely the budget could end up being the same, couldn't it?
There is a potential for that, yes, because that's why I think we said above is subject to any consent requirements, determine any consent requirements. But there are other sites in the district where it could be located, it's not in a floodable area, etc. So it wouldn't even need consenting requirements. So there's a big cost saving there, and it would be immediately next to existing wastewater reticulation, etc.
So I don't expect you to have this necessarily right down pat, but so if it was moved back to where it was originally proposed, and I know there were reasons that it wasn't put there in the end anyway, are you saying that would be the $145,000 cost?
It can't go back where it was shown in the original concept plan. Otherwise it would have gone there, we wouldn't be sitting here today.
So can I ask what other options there are within the reserve?
If you go in the report on the 10th of June, 2025, there were a couple of other site options in there showing there, but effectively as you go through the pinch point and then through towards the harbour, it was intended that it be tucked around there. And that was some of the...
Yeah, no, I know, I realise that one,
Yeah.
but that looks worse to me than the other one.
Correct. If it's further away, it's more floodable, and there's a whole lot of things, and it needs a new consent, etc., to do all that there. And you may recall on the 19th of February, because I think you attended that site meeting, that I expressed an element of confusion because I was getting messages about we don't want a toilet here at all, and then we want to save ratepayers' money, but if it was around the corner, we'd be okay with that, which was cost. So that was the clarification. I think His Worship referred to it this morning as the why question.
So other than around the corner where it can't go now, where the pump station was there any, and where it currently is, was there any other option that was feasible without all the other issues?
As I said before, under the zoning, it could be put up closer to the housing in the dry outed area. You would still need to have your services to that. There's a cost there. But from a functionality point of view, the main traffic flow through there is near and adjacent to the cycleway walkway. So you wouldn't have it offset where you've got to deviate on your path to go up to an area. And we wouldn't want to put that directly that close to the houses, because I don't think that'd be fair to do that.
You know where the little gravel pit is, where you walk off there around onto the path? Why can't it go down there? Has that ever been considered?
This is what I'd like to consult the community about if we were going to change it, because there's going to be all those questions and a lot of varying viewpoints about where it should and shouldn't go. And that's the predicament that we find ourselves in. And that's why we brought it to council last year, to get that clear direction on the 10th of June last year. And it was a council decision
Unfortunately, I wasn't at that meeting, but
Yes, fine.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'll let you off the hot seat now.
Councillor Alvin.
Peter, the question was raised and I had already asked it. Can you tell me when the application for the resource consent was made? There's some suggestion that the timing of that wasn't perhaps as good as it could have been. So when was the application for the consent to build the toilet in that location made within the organisation?
Look, I don't have that to hand. I'd have to go and obtain that.
It's all around the pigs, but pork, because everything else has been covered. So I would have thought it would have been at someone's fingerprints to have that. So is it possible to have someone to have a look at that and tell me what that time application was?
We'll get that for you before the end of this.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Margaret Murray Bench.
Thank you, Peter. Could I just go back to the decision that was made to remove the toilet from Island View? When that decision was made, did anybody assess the quality of the dunny? And then on the other side, I'm reading in the report about the cost of purchase, and I presume that was from the Gisborne model, which was not reliant on electricity. Could you tell me what the difference was? Why on earth it was removed from Island View and couldn't have been fixed at Island View rather than removing it?
True. So the Island View toilet, we'd had the concept plan and we put in the playground, which is extremely successful, and that created a lot of increased demand for use of that reserve. We also had the freedom camping at that reserve. So through the renewal program, that facility was upgraded to a twin unit. And so we had the existing unit, which we then refurbished. In hindsight, didn't do that well enough. We didn't look at the electronics, and in hindsight, which is a wonderful thing, is that we're in a salt environment, and that is what led to some of the issues with the system failing in where it was. But however, that to me is a little bit of a moot point on the location, because that system now has the latest and greatest motherboard and technology in there to do that. We had done another toilet where up at Waihi Beach, the one that was put in at the Waihi Beach Dam was a recycled toilet where we went back to the manufacturer and they do a service where they do a whole renewal and refit and turn up. And it's basically to help make it more efficient use of our ratepayers' dollars.
Right. So why am I looking at and I can't bring it up, the cost of bringing it in, and it just seemed as though it was contrary to a purchased one from elsewhere. Was that?
Well, the cost, it's about upcycling an existing asset. That's where the saving was.
Right.
So we haven't bought a brand new one and added, we've replaced one. It's like we're doing at Moore Park right now. There was a single unit there and it's been upgraded with a double unit because of the demand and the stuff that's happening with the youth development there, etc.
Right. I've read so much stuff about this toilet. It's a bit confusing, but one thing I do remember, that there was the cost of purchase in it, and I couldn't see how that was relevant when we had a free toilet from Island View.
So I'm not following that, sorry.
No, I'm not either.
so thank you, because that really helps me.
About the purchase of a toilet.
I can make it clear as to the former minutes or former meeting, where several times it refers to the order and purchase of a new toilet, and it appears about 3 or 4 times through that agenda. So how we move from a new toilet, I guess, is the question they're asking.
it may have been an arrangement on my behalf, so I was understanding that we had what we call a panel, a procurement panel, and we order a lot of our toilets through that process. And when we order toilets, we do it in a bulk situation. And I may have misread that there, so apologies if that's the case.
So you're aware, in case it comes up
Yeah.
later or somewhere, it appears on page 13, 15 and 16 of the March 10th agenda.
Yep. And I guess the reference is to that of a new toilet as a new to the reserve as versus that of a brand new toilet, if I can make that distinction.
Councillor Alvin, the answer to your question is that the application for consent was lodged on the 20th of March 2024 and it was approved on the 23rd of May 2024.
Thank you for that. Right, Councillor Daly.
Peter, I'm just sort of asking, depending on as a precursor to how this decision might go, but the current toilet in Precious Reserve, it's been reconditioned and upcycled. Is it fit for purpose? Could it be relocated to another reserve in its current state without extra money being spent? Was there an exemption on a building consent, as was suggested in the public forum, on that particular toilet as well?
So the answer to the first part of your question, yes, it's fit for purpose for use. And it's a public toilet. It's what it's designed for. It's been fully upgraded to the latest, I guess, smarts technology that if you were to go and buy one tomorrow, it's got the same, I guess, motherboard and electronics and stuff in that. So that's the first question. And that whether it's, we would apply for, same again, we'd go through the process with our building consent team, apply for any necessary consents that they required us, including if that was just to get an exemption, we would apply for that.
So is it operated, does it have a building consent currently?
It's got an exemption.
So there is an exemption. We haven't proceeded, and so it's capable of being operated as a public facility with an exemption.
If you, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to bring on the regulatory manager here who will be able to answer that question a bit more better than me.
Yep. So there's an assessment criteria under the Building Act where there is a very low risk building, as in this case, the applicant can apply for a discretionary exemption from the Building Code and Building Act. So we provide an exemption and that sits with the building. We would obviously look at if it was being relocated, there might be other factors that we would need to take into consideration, whether or not that exemption would be passed through in a separate location.
We've got Exelou technology elsewhere in the district, I understand. Has this ever been an issue with any of the other ones we've got, like Donovan Park and Te Puke, for example?
My understanding when I spoke to staff about that very question is that we had one case of it occurring in Midway Park in Pukahina, and the two people who were caught inside for a little while was one of my staff and the contractor.
Actually, because I missed it earlier, Councillor Dinsdale.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Alison, this is a question for you, and it's in regards to what you just spoke of before about exemptions and what they would look like. Because if I was to, let's just use the scenario of option C, and what would that look like, Alison? So option C is that the toilet facility be removed.
And relocated elsewhere, is that what you're saying? So we would be looking at the specific site conditions that apply to that particular location. And obviously we have got, as you're probably aware, a number of changes that are rapidly coming through from MB in relation to changes to building code. So we apply the current requirements as they are at that time. So it would depend on when the applicant council put that information through, whether or not it would meet discretion provisions. I can probably let you know that our building consenting and resource consenting part of our business doesn't look lightly at any of these matters that come before it, which are councillors applicant. And I'm sure the infrastructure managers around the room say the rigour that we apply is probably a little bit more so than the average applicant, simply because we do have to put that public lens on it and make sure that we are seen to not only be doing the right thing, but that we're not granting concessions to ourselves.
It's just that this morning in the public forum, we had an offer of a possible site for the relocation of the facility. So would that become part of the investigation if we were to vote on option C today?
It would be something that you'd take away to staff in terms of what that site location is, and we would obviously do consultation with the team around where it was going to go, and we would look at it through a consenting lens at that point in time.
Yeah, just to be very clear, because there's a few questions that are coming with a similar sort of train, councillors. The options on the table is one is relocated on Precious Family Reserve. The other option around removal, what that would look like from a council perspective, what we have costed for is to pick the toilet up and take it away. We have not accounted for where it would go. We have not accounted for reinstalling it anywhere. We're just simply removing the toilet from the facility right now. And we will make a further decision and bring further papers to you around potential of what we do with the toilet once it's taken off the site.
I've got to reiterate, we're really discussing whether it stays or goes. The other factors do come into your decision, but we don't need to labour that too much now. Councillor Joyce.
Just two small points. What is the expected life of a 17-year-old toilet if it remains where it is? Because I can't, we've obviously found some failings with it, and we've taken a mea culpa for not maintaining it properly. But how do, second-hand toilets just seem to me to be an unusual tactic.
So the remaining life, considering it's just had some investment in having all its smarts updated, the physical building, I would see typically looked at it like a 50-year life or something. And that's something, depending on the locations, a lot of factors go into that. Salt here makes a big difference in building life and like as with playgrounds, etc. But that toilet, if it was to remain within, form part of a renewal process and will eventually, like where it came from, be renewed with a brand new toilet.
And I'm not sure if it's a question for you or whether it's for Brad, but obviously some failings have been shown in our maintenance of these assets. So at what point will we see a wider review to make sure that's not happening somewhere else?
That's a great question, councillor. Unfortunately, it's not a question I have a full answer for right now, but we can take it upon ourselves to go ahead and have a look at all our contracts and make sure that we tighten up any gaps that we might have in our maintenance contracts.
It just seems bizarre to me that this thing came with a check it every year requirement and we didn't do it.
Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, I'm a great believer that pretty much every reserve should have a toilet. That'd be the perfect world, wouldn't it? I'll just have some comments in regards to the concept plan that went out for discussion story, and you've got a feedback here, and I'll read it out to you word for word. Feedback on the need for a toilet Precious Family Reserve was varied, e.g. build it close to the water's edge, or we will not need a toilet at all. However, the majority of the submissions were in favour of the location proposed. Can I assume that proposal was option 1? And the question is, did consultation go back out where it is cited now? And the other question, obviously, is there was a great thought of it being on the waterfront or as close by. I know we talk floodable areas, but you can overcome those by building a boom or whatever the case may be to make sure that they're above that level. So very interested because I'm here to make a decision, keep it or lose it.
Sure. So the original concept plan, keeping in mind it was a concept plan, not an engineering plan, showed the toilet being up against, just back from the pump station up against the hedge of the adjoining property, which was vacant land, or still is vacant land. At the time of the consultation was going on, there were houses being built adjoining the reserve. So they weren't built, there were vacant sections, but there were houses either nearing completion or underway. So we're engaging with, I guess, kind of absentee owners at that point in time. They were part of the process if they wish to be part of that process. We don't have a level of service where we go around and consult with every single individual. We will often do a letter drop to adjoining property owners about something to bring it to their attention, but then their viewpoint is considered in the wider context of everyone else. So when we, as I said before, the discussion document or adoption report said that we had, decision document said that it was subject to understanding what those underlying issues were. And when we started getting to design phase, because there's quite a delay in that consultation when the building happened too, because the project was continually pushed out through various long-term plans and annual plan processes. And so that kind of lost track with our community at that point in time, and going back to who we spoke to in 2018 to who we're now talking about in 2024, I think. So there was that gap there that we recognise now. So the decision to move over to where it is was undertaken on the basis that there were physical constraints underneath. There's stormwater pipes, pressurised pipes, gravity-fed pipes, big storage tanks, and we couldn't place it on or had the setbacks. And that's all explained in the June 25 report, where it gives all the setbacks and shows. So that's the rationale for where it was here. And that's being close to the cycleway, walkway was an optional site there. Going around the corner as a site that was considered by the water, one of the issues around there, Councillor Beach, is that when you go around there, you have to then raise the building platform so it isn't in a floodable area. So it's not getting flushed out with water all the time. But one of the issues confronting with that was that in order to raise it to the height to get a finished floor level that complied, you would need to then, in order to achieve your wheelchair disability access, needed about 50, 60 metres of ramps going up to get your 1 in 12 there. So that was pretty much making it impractical for that site there to be considered. And that's why where it landed, we started to prep work out there, then got the feedback from the community, had the meetings, brought that back to a petition, brought the report back, and yeah, that's how we ended up on that site with the council decision of 10th June 25.
Councillor Coxhead.
If the decision today is to remove the toilet, how long would that take?
The issue to physically do that is something we'd need to get decommissioned. I assume we need some consenting things to uncouple our sewer, and there's a few things to work through in that space. But the thing is, this is unfunded budget, so we need budget to implement that decision.
Lee, do we have an idea ballpark?
If funding was available tomorrow,
Yeah.
It would be 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Given the context of our other program delivery we're doing at the moment, and our BAU with all of the weather events we've had recently, we push for staff and resource, and something else would have to not be done to achieve that.
Councillor Alvin.
A couple of things. In the report, I take it, Head of Kaimai Ward, AMP submissions on precious reserve toilet. There is a comment, I take it those are the summary of the submissions made with respect to, it's gone, with respect to the submissions with respect to the toilet. And there was one comment there about the petition that was accepted. I just want to make sure these were the submissions that came in. One person wanted the toilet at the planned location. 70 people wanted it at a different location. 70 people in Precious Reserve. 70 people wanted it at a different location in Omakaroa, and 234 people said no to a toilet anywhere. This is the person we should have spoken to. One person said they could provide a free quote for toilets and changing rooms. So is that part of this? That's part of the results of the petition presented by the fellows who presented to us today, that was accepted by council. Dr. McCabe, yeah. So that is, I assume this is the response to the information, but that's the information we hold that's been provided in this report as part of the feedback that's received. I take it that's correct. Just want to have clarification on that. I don't know what page it is. It's on page 29.
Councillor Alvin, are you asking if that is the total feedback that was provided via that petition?
No, I'm asking if that is, it's just a scruffy little note. Okay, it's a scruffy little note headed Kaimai Ward RMP submissions on Precious Reserve toilet. Is it our scruffy little note or is it someone else's scruffy little note? That's all I'm asking.
I don't believe that's a formal council consultation result.
It says a whole lot there. You can just check it, see, page 29, 30.
I can answer that.
Is it ours? It's ours, is it? Okay.
That's my writing on there, the scruffy writing.
It's not as scruffy as
I don't
mine,
actually think
Peter.
it's that scruffy, to be honest. But my point is, when we were presenting the report, because we had the submission, right? So we had the submission that was coming in there, but we'd also been going through the reserve management plan review. And this was from the policy and planning team. I said, can you give me a list of all of those submissions we received relating to the Precious Reserve toilet issue? And all that is saying that here's what was received. There's no interpretation of that. So it represents that.
I just want a clarification on that. That's all. I didn't need an explanation. I can read for that. My next point was kind of more a personal observation from your own wisdom, because I've had a great deal of difficulty when I go out to that reserve. And I just want to ask you personally, if you go out to that reserve and see that toilet in that location, in the middle of that reserve, would you really think that that's a good place on reflection to put a toilet? Forget about the technical issues, forget about the cost issues. If you went out there objectively, which is what I did, and said, wow, that's a really great place to put a dunny. Is that what you think? Or do you think what I did? Who the hell put that there? I'm just interested in your personal observation. I'm not going to hang you out to dry. I
Councillor
just want
Alvin,
you to examine that.
I'll step in here. We don't provide personal observations and personal opinions. We're council officers.
That is a great sidestep as well, because actually the reality we're talking about here is we are responsible to our rate-paying community. And what you're saying to me, Brad, is it is not part of our job to exercise any personal judgment and common sense. And I find that hugely disturbing.
Councillor Alvin, what our role as officers is to provide advice and common sense advice. Our personal views are not reflective of the communities, and so our personal views are not appropriate to share when a decision is being made. Our professional views are.
Mr. Chairman, may I rephrase that?
Please do.
Applying your common sense with all your experience in this role, from a perspective of common sense on reviewing the position of this toilet, do you think your common sense would suggest that that's an appropriate place to put that toilet in the future?
Can I just say that this is inappropriate to put a staff member on the spot on a very controversial issue, and I reiterate what the GM has just repeated. This is not the way to deal with this issue. Council did go through a very detailed process to make a decision, and we're given a range of options and a whole lot of assessment. To ask one person what their view is not appropriate when they're a staff member.
Thank you, Miriam. I'm not picking on Peter. What I'm just trying to establish is, as I have asked everybody around the place, even the king of Omakaroa, Chris Dever, finally acknowledges when I put it to him, says, wow, who would put that toilet there? There's not one person I have spoken to said, that is the right place to put a toilet. So I'm not picking on Peter, I'm not picking on you. I'm just trying to glean from your experience what confidence I can have internally that we apply some common sense considerations for the public we serve, the aesthetics of the way this looks, irrespective of the technical issues. I'll leave it stay there, but I just want to make that point because that's hell of a disturbing.
Thank you. I think that was a better way of putting it. Yes, Chief Executive.
I just would like to make a comment that other people were canvassed about this, whether we agree with the canvass and the surveys. And there are a lot of people in the community who do not share the views of the people presenting this morning. And whether you like it or not, there were a number of people that voiced their agreement about the location of the toilet. And I just think that whole process, although it doesn't seem to have been formally managed or done in a consultation with council, it was also a process that resulted in quite a large majority of people thinking the toilet was fine where it was. Just wanted to raise that.
Councillor Dinsdale.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I am really struggling to understand this whole precious toilet issue. But when council made the decision, I just want to be reassured that they actually considered the evidence of the family of Jack Precious himself in the 80s with council. And I guess one of his dreams or his goals was that the reserve remain a tranquil space for walking, reflection and environmental appreciation. But I guess we installed a toilet right where all those issues of Mr. Precious were just basically not even considered. Can you help me to understand why this continued in that fashion, please?
Sure, Councillor Dinsdale. I can assure you that the Precious family, their granddaughter, advocated very strongly to the council and did submissions and spoke both at the public meeting on the 19th of February, and if I recall, has spoken to council over many, many years in reiterations of reserve management plan. So the family, be fair to say, had its representation via the granddaughter who's very passionate about the site.
Have we exhausted questions? Because I don't want to let this linger. We need to get into making a decision. But from now, Councillor Daly.
Look, I'll answer Councillor Elvin's question presently, but one final question. As regards recommendation C, Brad, you've indicated that 50,000 would only...
Excuse me, I think we've got to really focus back on A at present.
Well, it's important to my decision because I want to know...
Fair enough, proceed.
I want to know if it can be relocated to another site that already has a toilet that's maybe not fit for purpose, that this would be a significant upgrade on by simply lifting it off Precious Reserve and moving it to another site that's already got a sewer connection and might just need a power supply or something to operate the
We have
blocks.
not done any of that work, councillor. Once council makes a decision as to whether you are retaining the toilet or asking us to remove it, then we can look at alternate locations. At this point, we've not done any of that work.
So we would simply be removing it, rehabilitating the services that have been installed and putting it into storage for $50,000. And then if we want to reuse it, we'd have to spend another 145,000 or something like that.
So the 145,000 is quite specific to this site because of the limitations that Peter's already raised. If we were to install it, we wouldn't be installing it in a site with such significant limitations. We'd look at a site where we could simply just plug and play.
Right, are we comfy there? Because it is quite an important decision that we're making again here today. I want to give everybody a chance to ask those questions, because once we move into debate, I will be a lot firmer about other things. Councillor Daly?
Yeah, look, I did have another question written down, and I see in the public forum presenters' own documents a comment that option C is not the end of a toilet at Precious Family Reserve. It is the beginning of getting it right. Remove the asset that carries the risk and build the future facility on a foundation of proper planning, proper consent, and genuine community engagement, the foundation that was missing from the outset.
Who are we asking this question of? Are we asking
Well,
the people that presented?
No, Alan, my question is, if we remove this toilet, are we going to replace it with another brand new one further down the track? And I don't support that position.
Thank you.
Councillor, I think this leads to a very fundamental position around the decision you're making. And the reason why Councillor Saul says that this is an important decision is because if you do make a decision to remove the toilet, you're essentially making a decision against the concept plan that you've adopted for the reserve. You will then need to make a subsequent decision what to do with that concept plan as to whether you are going to continue with that concept plan or you're going to revisit that concept plan. If you're going to continue with that concept plan, you'll need to make a new decision around an installation of a toilet. Now, all of this will need to go through consultation and all the bits and bobs that are associated with that. The broader implication is that if you are making a decision to re-look at your concept plan that you have adopted, there are other areas of the district where you are doing very similar things, where you've consulted on a concept plan years ago and you're enacting the concept plan now without any further consultation. So you would need to make some decisions around that as well in terms of if that's the way you want to continue doing things.
Excuse me, I think I need to step in a little bit here. We don't need to review that concept plan immediately. The concept plan has been there for several years, and if you come back to a toilet being positioned in there, that's when it would perhaps need to be reviewed, or it can go through its process and go through its normal review cycle, I think would be logical or correct. Am I correct or not?
That's correct. It'll be the next reserve management plan up for review as the Katikati Beach one, and then we go back to Makatu Tipuke and then come back through to Kaimai. That would be some time away now.
So
about
basically
8 years away probably.
So basically there is no need for it to rush to be there. It stays on the plan. Or if we wish to place another toilet there, it would then have to go through a process to make that change. Thank you. Councillor Alvin.
I won't ask you, Peter, I'll direct it at the Chief Executive because obviously a policy decision. Is it customary for this council to apply for resource consents prior to consultation having been completed? And is there a view that that may well smack of some element of predetermination?
I can't comment at all on this one, but
clearly what that is meant, are you saying that there is evidence that there was an application made before the position was
I'm told that the application for the resource consent was made in March of 2024 and granted in April of 24, yet consultation was still being conducted after that date. And you'll see in your own information, there's an email from Chris Dever in response to a question of the community board about the consultation he was required to do. So yes, it is kind of relevant.
That's why I wanted to clear that. Okay, the mayor.
Yeah, I think it's worth calling a bit of context on this one. This was never going to come to a council decision. Council was enacting the concept plan, applying for resource consent. It was all going to go ahead. frankly, installing a toilet is not something that needs a special council decision normally. What happened was that there was a bit of feedback through the community about the toilet, and so I decided that it was best to have a formal decision about this, which took place in I think last year anyway. So the fact that there was a consent application prior to that can only be read that because it was always planned to happen anyway. This was a subsequent decision to make a formal decision.
Yeah, are you comfy with that answer, Councillor Alvin?
Oh, look, I've got no choice about it. I mean, it just doesn't look good. That's my only concern.
Our CEO.
In my experience, council has put in a number of toilets across the district, and generally it has been a very simple decision that staff have brought in front of the council as part of a range of concept plans and a rollout of public toilets. They're always of interest because they're quite expensive, but it's generally been very straightforward. So this process has been completely different to others. I'm aware where we've put toilets into shared owned buildings, like Coast Guard, things like that, surf clubs, and it's never been an issue. But this toilet, for some reason, has become extremely controversial.
Right, Councillor Joyce.
Quick question. Do we have any usage data on this toilet? If it is electronic, surely we'd be able to work out how many times the door is locked on a regular basis.
No, I don't have that to hand, but keep in mind that the toilet was closed off for a period of time, so it clearly.
Do we have any way of getting usage data on our toilets? And also from a safety point of view, if it's locked for a long period of time, then at least we'd know.
Yes, there are some toilets that do operate an electronic counting system. I could see if we can get some information if it does exist in here on this as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think basically this is getting reminiscent of a program I remember years ago on television, Clochemel, and a public urinal in the streets in Paris or some town in Clochemel, I guess. But anyway, I think we should start to, unless there's something really urgent now, we should start to look at our options here and the recommendations 1 and 2 that we actually receive the report, and that that it's considered of a medium concern to our policy, our significance policy. So do I have somebody that's prepared to move and second that? 1 and 2. Councillor Ray?
Yes, I just want to mention though that it says in the report that it's of low significance. So are we going with medium, or you wanting?
Very good question, because if that's yes, it's got medium on my sheet here.
I think the agreement was that it would be a medium significance. That's a typo on the front page. So in the resolutions, I think it says a medium significance.
Oh, I'm confused because mine doesn't say that.
Yeah. Okay. Can we ask that? Okay. Thank you.
I didn't make the determination on the level of significance, but when you're revisiting a council decision not long after that decision, I would probably say it should be of medium significance because it's very unusual to do that.
Happy to move then, sir, if it's medium.
Thank you. So we have a mover and a seconder with Deputy Mayor Margaret Murray Bench. Yes.
I think, did you want to talk, Lord?
This is to the receipt of the report and its status.
Yes. And in speaking to the status of the report, this has been going on for so long, and it all goes back to a meeting last year, and when ridiculed was the submission that 370 something people had signed a petition, and they were ridiculed and taken no notice of. And so it's medium significance to the whole community. as to the quality of the decisions that we made at the time. I remember there was one resident here who actually had to leave because he would have hit one of the councillors over the head if he had stayed. And he was so angry, and the misinformation that was coming through to that meeting. So, sir, I'm happy to support that we receive this information and that we recognise it's of medium significance.
Any other speakers? Further for you, Councillor Ray, you've come for your mover. Okay, well, we have the motion put forward by Councillor Ray, seconded by Deputy Mayor, that we, items 1 and 2, being receiving the report and its significance as medium in the council's significance policy. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That part is passed. Now we move on to the next bit, which is, I guess, I'm trying to get again to focus on, because it's important where this leads to. Your decision now will decide whether B and C come into play, basically. So option A about status quo is there. Obviously, we're open to a mover, or the mayor has moved. Is there a seconder?
3A.
3A. And sorry, a seconder was
no. So look, just point of order on that matter. I presented to you an alternative resolution that I wish to be considered, that we've spent some time on. You were forewarned of that, and I would have expected that I would have had a chance to say, at least for the council to be told that that alternative was on the table before we moved into this next one, because for me it was quite significant. The order of these resolutions is, to my view, inappropriate. So, and that's the real purpose I put those alternative resolutions on the table, because I believe it sequences the request of the people coming to this council, and I don't think this does. So you need to make a ruling on that, but I wasted otherwise a lot of time in putting some work together and discussing it with my fellow councillors, and it's just being ignored.
Point of order. I think, firstly, I've moved what's 3A, what's there already. Appreciate the contribution you made. I think, as the chair has already indicated quite clearly, that there's like a decision tree here. You first of all decide, are we keeping it or not? And then it's B or C if the decision is to not keep it. And so I think that what I've moved 3A starts that process off. We'll land where we land, but I don't understand why we'd want to deviate from that pathway.
I basically, that is as in the agenda, and I think that's the first part we must take of it, but you wish to make any amendment to what's there?
I do. My comment basically is to say the first resolution should be, should the toilet go or should it stay? If it stays, then we move to an alternative resolution, which I've provided as to how that's dealt with. If the resolution is that it goes, then we make a decision about where to from there. So it seems that we're going to spend some time debating an issue about whether the toilet stays, when the whole purpose of this meeting was called by the agitation of the public to say they wanted it to go. It's just an issue of process for me, because we're now going to have an argument on a whole lot of issues that I think are perhaps in the wrong order. That's my only point. Perhaps if Rosa, if my resolution could be put up on the screen and then there can be general consensus about it, we might be able to make some progress on that.
So point of order again. I have issues with your recommendations, having looked at them a bit more fully, in that you say that the P&M committee confirms that the toilet facility reserve be removed. We're not confirming anything of the sort. We are potentially moving that it's removed. The status quo is that it remains. The purpose of this meeting is not to remove the toilet. We are considering that issue, of course, but it is deciding whether it remains or goes. I think to say that we're confirming the removal is definitely putting the cart before the horse.
So what is the recommendation, sir?
In the one supplied by councillor Alvin on the table. Right, 3A, that the status quo remains, that the toilet facility remains in place as per the original committee decision, and that staff undertake a lessons learnt process to enhance future infrastructure delivery projects, or then goes into B and C.
So Margaret, the recommendation that the mayor moved and seconded is recommendation 3A.
Do leave it still, if councillor Alvin wishes to change it, it can't be a direct negative, that's all. Got that resolution in front of you. Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to speak to it.
Hang on.
Has got a second here.
You haven't got a seconder?
Great, yeah.
Well, I'd like to be proposing an amendment to it if we're going to proceed through that. I'm completely unhappy with this lessons learned process. I'd like to make an amendment which says that the status quo remains, the toilet facility remains in place as per the original committee decision, and the staff be directed to commission an external independent review of the full process relating to the proposed toilet facility at Precious Family Reserve, including recommendations as to improvement in process, community engagement, protocols and communication so as to enhance quality of service delivery to our community. Such a report to be at an estimated cost between 40 and 45,000, which is consistent with some of the work Brad has already done.
You basically heard that. Have we got a
point of order? I don't think that's an amendment. That's an additional resolution.
No, it is an amendment to, I'm just letting it roll on after and the staff undertake a lessons learned. I'm saying and the staff be directed. So it's a direct amendment to that resolution.
And adding something else. Brad, you wish to just mention something before that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I would advise councillors that Councillor Alvin's amendment is an amendment. It is taking recommendation 3A and adding further clarity to it and further direction to it for officers. So it doesn't fundamentally change recommendation 3A, but it just provides greater direction for officers to work off.
Yeah. So, well, I'll speak to that. I have a problem with that in that if it passes.
It hasn't been seconded. Do we have a seconder for the amendment?
I'll second that.
I think Councillor Dinsdale just beat you to that. So Councillor Dinsdale seconded it. Now we can discuss the amendment.
It's only the amendment that's in debate, isn't it?
The amendment is in debate now. Just so you're aware, you can speak to the amendment and it won't affect your ability to speak to the resulting or the prime motion.
So it seems it's my amendment, I can speak to it. And
And
then
you
the
have right
debate-
of reply.
And I have the right of reply
You don't have a right of reply.
You don't have a right.
to the amendment.
No, you don't.
Apologise.
May I speak? Okay. The big problem I have with this amendment is that should it pass, I can't agree with either option, to agree with it or not agree with it. So as I've moved the option 3A, I personally believe the toilet should remain in place, but I do not agree that spending another $45,000 to have a think about it. And so I'd be put in an incredibly difficult position because my argument is not about not wasting ratepayers' money. And so at that point, I'm stuck between paying $45,000 to have a pointless review or paying either $50,000 or $145,000 for a different option. Neither of those seem very palatable for me. I would be totally happy if that was an additional recommendation that can be debated separately. Totally recognise why you want to see that happen, but I just have a real problem about putting all these issues into one recommendation, which we may agree or disagree with various parts of it. A recommendation should be a single decision, not a whole bunch of related decisions within it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, there, you've got your microphone on, Councillor Alvin. Is there something further first or no?
I was just going to somewhat make the facetious comment as perhaps that's why the original order that I put the motions on should have been considered, because it would have dealt whether the toilet was removed or remained, and then we could have the subsequent debate. So I think the issue is, in response to the Mayor, the amended resolution has been made. It will be debated and pass or fail. And I appreciate the Mayor might be in a difficult position if it passes, but that's democracy. And if it fails, then his resolution will go to the table and that'll be voted on in my view. And I'm in the difficult position that is very similar to the Mayor. In fact, I'm against the motion in its totality, but I will vote for the amendment just in case it's passed. So this is jolly complicated.
Councillor Daly.
Yeah, I'd just like a point of clarification because I agree with the Mayor on this one, that this is adding a new element to the original resolution that I struggle to agree with. But my question of clarification is to the comment that some work has already been done by staff on this path, and an estimated cost of between $40,000 and $45,000. Is that a reasonable estimate that Councillor Elvin has come up with? And how much money have we already spent on this process if some work has already been done?
Able to help there, Brad, with that value. Can you basically, Councillor Daly, would you like to just reiterate the key point?
Brad, Councillor Elvin has suggested that you've already done some work on this, and he suggested a cost of $40,000 to $45,000 to do a learning lessons learned review process to inform future processes. How much money have we spent on this already, and are his estimates realistic?
So the $40,000 to $45,000 is a realistic estimate. We've been out to the market and we've tested the market, and that's a realistic estimate. We have a quote that we would need to check again to see if it's still valid. There's been very little money actually spent, a few $100s, if anything, that's been spent so far.
Okay.
I mean, and just further clarification, as to the Mayor's point, I would be more than happy to do this as two separate resolutions after whatever the outcome of the original recommendation.
Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, I think we're getting into one hell of a mess. And here you've got a motion moved by the mayor that it remains in place. Now, the question is, we should vote on that. And most of us think that it shouldn't remain in place. So the further recommendation that's an amendment, that cut out, remove the status quo, the toilet facility, remove that, and direct staff to oh no, I don't even agree with that. Sir, there's something wrong with this council, and I'm very, very angry. I was here last year when the meeting was held, and I said at the time it would become an election issue. 2 councillors lost their place, and you could say that this was part of it. The toilet has to go. The shonky toilet shouldn't be anywhere in the district.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor. We're discussing actually the amendment,
Well,
not
I'm
the
voting
motion.
against the amendment and the original.
Yeah,
I think
but
they're both wrong.
focus on the amendment first then as to whether you wish to go with that. Then you can
I
debate.
can't because it says the status quo remains. So I'm opposed to it.
No, we have an amendment before us that has been moved and seconded. We have to make a decision as to whether that stands or falls, and then we go back to the substantive resolution.
Sir, I have.
Sorry, okay.
I have said that the status quo remains. That is supporting the first recommendation, that the status quo remains.
Are you using this as your right of speaking to the substantive motion? Because that's what you're doing at present, and we are discussing an
I'm
amendment.
opposed to the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
So I'm also opposed to the amendment. I'm not against having a process.
Board, I haven't even been given an opportunity to speak to the amendment yet. Who's driving this place?
Councillor Alvin, you were given a chance to speak.
I was not given a chance to speak to my amendment at all. I was engaging in a discussion with the mayor about process, nothing more or nothing less. There was no opportunity given to me to speak to my amendment. There's been a lot of discussion going around.
For peace sake, let's just, because we've got to get to a point of making a decision here. Councillor Alvin, before any further discussion, please make your.
Well, I'm happy to be relatively constructive and take account of what the mayor is concerned about. And I would be happy for the existing resolution to stand, well, all but happy, providing that the words and the staff undertake a lessons learnt process to enhance further infrastructure delivery projects. I'd be happy if that was deleted and could form part of a different resolution that we could find. So I would be happy to have that. I'm just not happy for it to be brushed over and swept under the carpet. Now, it may be that this council decides to do that. I want to debate that. But in the sense of efficiency through the process, if those words are removed and that the staff undertake a lessons learned process to enhance their future infrastructure delivery projects, I think that deals with the Deputy Mayor's problem. It deals with the Mayor's problem. And we are simply voting on the status quo on its own. So on that basis, if Councillor Dinsdale is happy to support me on that, we can remove the amendment and just vote on that.
Okay, point of order. So I think we do need to vote on the amendments regardless, but as a foreshadowing, I'm happy that I take out the lessons learnt bit, and we can consider that in a future recommendation if Councillor Daly agrees with that too.
So I think we're entitled to remove it with the consent of the seconder. My reason for that is that matter will come back on the table as a subsequent motion, and I don't want to be told that I'm introducing another motion and be told I'm revisiting it. So I'd rather it was withdrawn, I think.
All right. Okay. So how does Councillor Dinsdale feel about the? Thank you. have that amendment where it has now been quashed. So we are back to the actual primary resolution.
So if I may speak to my motion?
Yeah, because we're all over the place here, but we
still the movers and seconds.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, the mayor, please speak to your resolution.
Thank you. So for me, this is rather disappointing that we're even, this matter is even being reconsidered, where there are no changes in circumstances that justify rehashing that decision. And for me, anything other than leaving the toilet where it is, would be a disgraceful waste of ratepayer money. We've heard that it is an eyesore. I guess that's a matter of opinion, but I don't agree. It's of modest size, painted in a recessive colour, and it's a significant distance from the adjacent homes. It does not objectively have any meaningful impact or impact on nearby residents. To demonstrate that, if you were to stretch out your arm, give a thumbs up, the entirety of the toilet, as viewed from the adjacent homes, would be obscured by your thumbnail. Nothing has, so it's really, in my view, it's not an eyesore, and it's not a bad place for a toilet. Nothing has changed since the decision was made last year, except that we now have strong evidence that the vast majority of the community do not want us to move it. I cannot support spending extra ratepayer money to make worse the service that council provides, that waste the sunk costs of the investments we have already made, and that is against the express wishes of around 93% of those who recently expressed an opinion. So I won't be voting for an outcome that is against the wishes of the community to make our service to them worse, whilst also increasing their rates in the process. Thank you.
Could I reserve my right to speak a bit later?
No trouble.
I've been listening and watching this for several months. What's very clear to me is we actually don't know what the community wants. Yeah, this is the second time in a row we've done this in a Mokoroa. One was over the dog park, where we set one part of a Mokoroa against another. Yeah, we managed to divide the community through our own process. Hello, we're doing it again. We are dividing this community unnecessarily. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to vote today for a decision to be definitively made until we actually go out and talk to our community. We have not consulted on this. I accept the staff issue, and it is one we need to look at, that we come up with these plans and it takes some years for things to happen. And we had the same thing actually with the Waihi Beach Library. I don't know if you remember, Alan, at a candidates meeting in Waihi Beach about 4 years ago when you beat me in the subsequent election. Someone said, oh, what's the council ever done for us? True Monty Python style. And I think Anne Henry spoke up and said, well, we're building a library. And the whole room just fell about. They didn't know about it. Again, we had consulted on something, and then for budgetary reasons, no doubt good budgetary reasons, we hadn't actually gone back and talked to people when we actually did it. So, we've had petitions, we've had Facebook polls, we've had all kinds of things, but we haven't actually, as a council, gone back and talked to the community. Instead, we've split the community. Congratulations. And we've done it two issues in a row in the same community. And I think it's time to stop, take stock, and actually go out and ask the community, give it the options, including the status quo, including no toilet, including whatever other options on the park are reasonable, give the community the cost of those and say, guys, we need your help, because we can't keep splitting the Mokoroa down the middle all the time like we've done twice in the last few months.
Thank you. Councillor Coxhead.
I will not be supporting the status quo remaining. I agree with Councillor Joyce. This has been incredibly divisive. It's been very protracted, and it's sucked up an awful lot of time for councillors and council staff. But I do believe the toilet is in the wrong place, in the community, whether we think it's a majority or not, a huge portion of the community are vehemently against this, and I will not in all conscience support it being retained.
Thank you. Now, Deputy Mayor, this
One-
is to the
Once
the
again,
resolution.
I get to my feet because it's a serious issue. We've had so much consultation out of Precious Reserve that it's got confusing out there for everybody. And so 376 people signed a petition. That was part of the process and it was ignored. And Councillor Ray and I were the only ones who stood our ground and said, it's not good enough. So since then, the community has responded. At the time, at that last meeting, there was talk of it going closer to the breach. I think from Councillor Granger, he was enthusiastic about that. And the one thing I've learned in my time in local government, that engineers are really precious and they can build things which other people can't do. And so today we heard from Mr. Duffy, the toilet is in the wrong place and it should be where it's going to be used better for parents and kids, never mind anybody else, but the children are important and it should be where they can make good use of it. I cannot see how, in fact, we came to put that dodgy old toilet there, and I don't think it should go anywhere in the district. It's just not good enough, and I would happily dump it. As for the 45,000 for the repositioning it and getting a decent new toilet in, we do that automatically in other places, and it never comes before us. It's just a matter of good planning. Well, here's an example of where it all goes wrong. And so you ignore the community at your peril. And you've not got a few people up there who are just dummies from the community feeling that they are being aggrieved. They are intelligent people who have looked and worked with us, and they're saying, Mr. Duffy from Becker, the process was appalling. Mr. Duffy from Becker, it's in the wrong place, and we can put it where children and parents can be of greater benefit to it. And so the first thing is to say the toilet should go. The second part of that is what Councillor Elvin is promoting, and that can be in the process of our planning process. So we're not opposed to toilets being on Precious Reserve. The fact is it's in the wrong place and it's a dodgy old toilet and it's broken down at least twice. First of all, it stunk, and then we had that was able to be fixed. And I've heard that there were good reports on it, but for 6 weeks, it wasn't even opened. And so after the good reports, it was opened. And so I really feel that we're going about this and we've got to resolve it. It isn't that the community doesn't want a toilet. We need a toilet on Precious Reserve, but we don't want an old dodgy toilet that keeps breaking down and it's locked my friend in it and the poor woman. And when you did an assessment of it, nobody thought to even ring her to see how she was except me. And that's because she's a great friend. So anyway, there she is, and she could have died. And then we would have had the issue of the toilet on the Precious Reserve on our conscience. So for goodness sake, vote to get rid of the jolly thing, then look at further recommendations.
Look, I too will be speaking against this motion, and to be honest, it gives me no pleasure to speak against it. I'm really cognizant of the fact that that if this motion fails, that this council has probably wasted a considerable amount of money But you know, the reality of it is, I can't get past the fact that if I look at that location in that superb green reserve, looking out across the harbour, across the golf course, that someone would put a phallic looking object in the middle of it as a toilet, I can't get over that. And then sadly, I can't get over that is a bit like the embarrassment of Adam and Eve when they discovered they were naked. They put a covering over it and put some horrible little shrubs in front of it that further disturbs that vista. Now, the other thing that compels me about this discussion is I lived in an environment where, unfortunately, when we made a mistake, we owned them. And we paid for the things we got wrong. And we paid, the only difference between this council and where I used to work is I used to have to pay out of my own pocket when I made a mistake. I didn't fob it off and say, oh, well, this wasn't quite right, or that wasn't quite right, or that's a bit unfortunate. We need to be starting to deliver a culture of excellence in this organisation, and that culture of excellence starts by focusing on the people who are important, and that's the community. And I don't know whether these guys behind me have got all the answers or not. I don't know whether the vast majority of Omakara want that toilet in that exact location. I think there's a lot of smoke and mirrors about that. I think people want a toilet in Precious Reserve, perhaps not there. What I'm not prepared to accept is we tolerate mediocrity just on the basis that we've made a mistake. Oh, for God's sake, imagine if someone from the council in Auckland puts a toilet on halfway at Eden Park and said, sorry, we got the consultation wrong. We're not going to shift it because we've already got the money. We've already spent the money and people want a toilet in Eden Park. It compares that to me. I just cannot understand how anybody looking at that reserve, exercising any judgment about the disturbance of it and what it looks like, would say for one moment, what a great idea to put a toilet in that spot. And that's the end of it for me. I know it's going to cost us money. Next thing we'll be down at Te Puke and you'll be fighting that Grant Dally about an issue down there, and we'll be out at Mecca too. We'll say, oh, she'll be right, mate. Spent the money. Nobody's responsible. Sweep it under the carpet, move on. Time to stop. We've heard many comments lately from inside our organisation that we're rushing to do things. We're overstretching. We're making mistakes. About time we put a stake in the ground and started to deliver excellence. And that's why I'm going to vote against this resolution.
Further speakers? Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, look, it saddens me too to be able to say I will be voting against the status quo. And that goes totally against my principles of having a toilet in every reserve, because I do believe Precious Reserve needs a toilet. And the only way I can see it getting a toilet and getting it in the right place to keep the majority of the people happy is to move the damn thing. So I have to vote against it so we can actually go back to the community, consult properly with the community and look at the best place to position this toilet. So unfortunately, that's where I stand.
Okay, the speakers. Laura.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Ray.
I too am similar. I cannot support this motion. I'm quite deeply concerned at the whole process of this. I was here at the beginning. And as Margaret said, we tried then to listen to what we thought was what the people wanted. But I also take the fact that a toilet's probably needed here somewhere, but not there. So it's a status quo that cannot happen. So I'll be voting against.
Councillor Dinsdale.
I'm also not going to vote in support of option A. I'm just not on the basis that I don't believe in making our decision, we uphold the original intentions of Mr. Precious.
Right.
Look, I voted for this original recommend. Sorry, Miriam. I voted for this original recommendation on 10th of June last year. And I mean, there's so many arguments from the other side that, you know, councils are going to vote against this recommendation of status quo. And, you know, I'm not quite sure what the implications of this are. It sounds like we're going to pull out this toilet because it's substandard, it's in the wrong place, and we're going to find a new location that presumably the current people that are against it will be happy with. But the most logical locations are actually closer to their houses or over closer to another house over on the other side of the reserve. So, and the arguments for building it in the floodplain through the narrow gap don't stack up and come with considerable extra costs. So it just doesn't make sense. I think, to Councillor Alvin's point about, is that a good location for a toilet? For me, walking around a walkway around the golf course, I've done the golf course loop and I'm coming into Precious Reserve and I'm bursting to go to the toilet. I want to know where the toilet is and I want to know how to find it. I think it should be painted yellow or red so I can find it straight away, because it is in a good position. And the people that say it's an eyesore,
not a good one.
yeah, this phallic looking toilet that I'm not even sure if that's the case. The one that I'd like to replace it with is definitely a phallic looking toilet near the squash club in Te Puke. But it seems like we're setting a new precedent that if this toilet is scrapped and we're not allowed to upcycle toilets and put them into locations that already have a much worse toilet, that's not going to be possible. We have to install brand new toilets everywhere, according to Councillor Murray Benj. So, I mean, from that point of view, I don't mind, because we've watched Omokoro get all this brand new infrastructure over the years, and I've get nothing but comments from my people in my ward that why does Omokoro get all the baubles of council? But so I would have been quite happy to uplift this toilet from Precious Reserve and put it on the pillbox that we have near the squash club in Te Puke on our walkway, another walkway that only has one toilet that's substandard, and this would be a significant improvement on what we've already got. So
why are you supporting the motion?
So I don't actually mind, but it means we're going to have to spend $250,000 to upgrade that toilet. Now then, I just can't support this from the point of view of the ratepayers. I do agree that there need to be some lessons learned here, because the consultation was a little bit out of date, but that's the other point that I'm struggling with, because we get the petition presented from the neighbours, and I really don't know how they've drummed up this petition, because we were presented by another petition by the Omokoro Community Board Chair that said pretty much the exact opposite of the petition. And I know that's been discounted
Order, Mr. Chairman,
by these people.
You can't use Facebook petitions to justify an argument. It's just not on.
So I've got a real dilemma with what I'm hearing on the community notice board pages, and maybe Councillor Ray might be able to advise me on how legitimate these sort of polls are on Facebook pages, as she's an administrator on one herself. But and then Councillor Joyce brought up the dog park consultation, and that again was another fraught process, because we had 2 locations proposed and we had equal number of submissions for each site, and it seems like you indicated your preference based on how close you live to the site. So we ended up with a pretty much drawn process where half the submitters for one live close by and the other half, so they suggested the other one was a better location because it affected them less. So I do congratulate Omokoro residents, because they are definitely active submitters, and I think that is great, because in this age of consultation we're struggling to get people to actually engage with council, and so I commend them on this process. But it does cause us to have a bit of a hamstring result. And I would just like to have a straightforward consultation outcome from Aomakaroa that we could support and make a clear decision without having all this division that's caused. And so, yeah, when I in the past, I've decided I should back community boards rather than ward councillors, and I've tried to maintain that position. I mean, it goes back to the time when Councillor Granger was former Councillor Granger was former chair of the Aomakaroa Community Board, and when Chairman Sol was former chairman of the Waihi Beach Community Board, and I've seen the Te Puke Community Board be voted against by councillors from this side of the district. And Councillor Elvin reminded me of that just now, that I need to be careful about how I vote, because he remembers that, you know, I'm complained about decisions going against ward councillors. So yeah, so I know I'm going to lose this one, but I had to have my say.
Excuse me, CEO wishes to speak, please.
Councillors, I just have to make a comment before you make a decision. Observing this, you've spent nearly 3 hours discussing this topic. I have never had a lengthy discussion like this on such an issue, and I've never seen so much debate and confusion around the table about a previous decision and trying to, change that decision. My comment would be, if your decision is to change the decision and remove the toilet and go out for further consultation, you're going to go back and you're just going to prolong this. So I do actually agree with Councillor Daly's comments that actually it doesn't resolve anything if you don't resolve your decision today. I think you need to be clear about the direction today, because if you're going to go out for further consultation, you're going to get a range of views that will be no different from the previous consultation, and you'll be back where you started from and you will have spent money. So as the Chief Executive, I'm just saying, you know, you are tasked as elected members to make decisions, and that's why you're here today. And I just think that it's gone round and round in circles. You have to make a decision, plus also provide direction, but also to take account that this has a financial impact, whatever you do, and you have to find money for that, and you have to instruct the Chief Executive where the money is going to be found. If you delay the decision because you're going to go out and reconsult, the decision doesn't go away, and neither does the funding decision go away. So I find it very frustrating that we have lots and lots of debate and personal opinions, but actually you have to consider you're here for the benefit of your ratepayers. And I just think spending 3 hours on this topic, it just seems outrageous that we spent this amount of time. You can make a decision and you can instruct the council about where you want to go, but you have to be aware that if you go out and reconsult, you're starting this process again, and you haven't necessarily got a clear direction, and you'll be back here doing the same thing in 3 months' time. That would just be my feedback. So I think you can make a decision, and you are tasked by your community to do that, even if it's controversial. It's better than just stringing it out.
Thank you there. Councillor Joyce, did you actually speak? I haven't got a note there. You did speak on this amendment. Okay, well, it comes to me before the Mayor has his right of reply. Okay, for me, I've looked at this from many ways. And basically, I have gone on record saying we've got to get better. And I mean that. Council has got to get better. We've got to get better with our governance. And I've really allowed this to carry on, and it's been darned expensive. And it's been expensive for a long time, but it needs to be sorted. And we need to be clear what we're doing. I believe we've got to get better with actually what we've been doing. We had it earlier today about our roads, our unsealed roads, and how poor we're performing there. We seem to be struggling, or have, this council's inherited decisions made a long time ago, which applies to those councils before as well. But we are here, and I believe we have a council interested in correcting these issues. So to me, there may be NIMBYism involved in this. There may be lots of other things involved in it, but our process has not been good. Our process has many issues. What's presented today tells me that we have actually not been able to put together a whole lot of common sense. And I don't want to cause or create more issues for our ratepayer in extra charges or covering the costs and the sunk costs, etc. But today, we put our hand up and we say no more. Today, we tell staff where we want things to go and how we proceed with our processes. Today, we say old consultation is not good enough. If we leave, we've got to come up with a process somewhere where we say that has to be reconsulted on. It is too old. We can't make decisions as we have in this case. I referred earlier to the paper in there, and it refers in at least 3 separate paragraphs in there that this toilet had been ordered and paid for. That seems to be something's wrong here. So to me, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say I will vote against the motion, and I look forward to us then getting into where we go from there. But it has cost a lot of time and money, and the only way I can see it worth the time and money is that we start fixing things up. And today it starts. Thank you. Has his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you may have said a fair bit of what I was going to say. We seem to try to make a decision and then lack the courage of our conviction to see it through, even on trivial, tiny decisions like this, which probably shouldn't have even come to a council meeting, let alone be consulted on. Yes, we can improve processes. Yes, we can improve consultation. We don't improve things by consulting more on tiny stuff. We are paid to make decisions. We will consult on significant decisions. This is not one of those. I disagree with Councillor Elvin's assumption that we've made a mistake and we need to take ownership of it. I applaud the intent there about taking ownership, but it does rather assume that we've made a mistake. I don't think that is the case. There are constraints in the reserve, which means that yes, you might look at it and think, why would you put it there? But actually, when you look at the alternatives are probably worse. So that I'm just concerned that we're wasting ratepayers' money, both in meeting time, but more importantly, in installing infrastructure and then uninstalling infrastructure. That's a really bad look, guys. And so I will be, well, I support my motion, but can see where this is going. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a motion before us, and it is 3A. And okay, there is a division called for. So the motion before us has been moved and seconded, and I now call on people to, those in favour of the motion before us, say aye. Oh. And those against the motion? Yep. So we have a clear, you've got the names, division has been fulfilled. Thank you very much. Now,
that staff be directed to incorporate a properly consented toilet facility in the next reserve management review for Precious Reserve.
So that was a motion you wish to
Yes.
move. It's sort of jumping the other issues that we have before us, but you've pre-warned us, I guess, of it.
Question, are you seeking to, I'm putting words into your mouth here, but who fit into the long grass for 8 years? Is that what your intent is? Because if you're delaying this to the next RMP, right? Which is in 8 years' time, give or take.
I want to make sure that the community realizes this is not the stop. That we have a toilet facility planned for Precious Reserve, but not in the site.
To clarify that review of that concept plan for that would not be for a number of years, and this council could not predetermine the outcome of that. So I don't know if that would form any concrete basis going forward, Deputy Mayor.
I mean, point of order, I think you're seeking just 3B.
Yeah.
Without wishing to speak for you, but.
Councillor Ray wishes to quickly
That was what
speak.
I was going to ask, sir. Just a point of clarification. If I was to move option B, does that not then require that consultation begin again as such without waiting for a review of the whole reserve management plan? That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So in saying that, can I seek to move option B, sir?
3B?
Yes.
You can. We have a mover. Do we have a seconder, Deputy Mayor?
Point of clarification. Considering the arguments we've just heard, does this not need to be a new toilet facility?
To be honest, sir, I don't think it does. Quite frankly, I find the toilet is more than serviceable. I think we've had that the case. It is, again, our processes have been poor in not maintaining it. That is another issue, but that is the problem with the toilet, not that it's 17 years old. So we've got a motion moved and seconded. Are there any speakers to the motion? B. Well, you moved it. Okay, yes, please.
So there's not a large amount more of speaking to do on it. I just really wanted to say that I think it's really important that if we're going to put a toilet in a reserve location, we need to get it right the first time and do it right and do what the people actually ask. So taking Rodney's, Councillor Joyce's point that we really don't fully understand what it is that the people want. We've got a large portion saying yes, large portion saying no. And at this point, it's kind of like, well, who is the loudest? So where I stand is I do support a toilet somewhere in that reserve. People need an option of where they can go to the toilet, because otherwise you'll see people doing all sorts of other things that you don't want to see, like doing it in the bushes. We don't want that. So I do support this. I do apologise, though, to the ratepayer that, as I said, we should have got this right from the first time. I didn't ideally want to spend any more money on it, but it needs to be done where we're at now. And so I just want to really emphasise that. Thank you.
The Mayor.
I'd actually like to move an amendment on this one. And that is, because just let me give some context to explain it, and then we can work out the wording. But I'm concerned that if you go out and consult on a location and it comes back that actually people want it in the original location, then I certainly wouldn't want to have a situation where we've uplifted the toilet, spent the money doing the physical works, then you put it back again. That would look absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so I would like to suggest that we hold off on removing the toilet until that that work is done, and then we can move it from one place to the other if that's the view, or if people really want to keep it, then that's where it goes. But I think that's just a sensible precaution.
Councillor Joyce.
I've distributed by email a suggested wording to allow for that. It's also gone to governance services, so hopefully it can be flicked up on the screen. I think, listening to Councillor Ray's points, I think we are in danger of removing it and putting it back. So I think, you know, it would be better to have the consultation first and then decide based on public opinion in Mokoroa, and take into account the views of neighbours, because they're the ones looking at it every day, that we need to consult. I take the Chief Executive's point, but I'm sorry. Now, the chief complaint from the people speaking today was the process. And yeah, we've got everything going from Facebook polls, which apparently are not even allowed to be spoken about, which I disagree with, through to, you know, vehemently arguments. But I think we need a process that allows us to stop, take stock, and then find out what the public wants. And so, the mayor did suggest that I move this as an amendment, what I've distributed by email, but I felt that it was too contrary to the motion. But so, yeah, I'll leave that to the movement to work out.
Can I just ask a question then? It doesn't really say in option B that we're going to remove it and then do consultation and then put it back. So I wouldn't imagine that when I'm moving option A, that we're going to go out there tomorrow and remove it and then do the consult, and then it might say put it back or not put it back. So just...
Option B doesn't have any consultation on it.
No, I know, but that's why I asked that clarification at the beginning, that if I was to move option B, that's what it's essentially doing.
Point of order. May I humbly suggest to the chair that it's now 20 to 2. We might want to have some lunch and figure out some wording in the meantime.
Can I just, before you break, that option 4 talks about the consultation. Because it doesn't predetermine that you've made that decision, because it says if you adopt option 3, B or C, then you undertake the consultation.
So therefore you don't need an amendment to this?
No, it doesn't need to be an option
thank
3B.
you.
It's covered in 4.
Councillors, if you agree today on B or C, then that would be your preferred option when you go out to consult, just like you'd go out on the annual plan with a preferred option, because we didn't have a preferred option as of this morning. And then you would see what your consultation brought back, but you'd have to give some indication as a result of this meeting today. Otherwise, there's no point in any of these recommendations if you've got to consult anyway.
Point of order here. I'm concerned that we're now moving a resolution that has the effect of negative the resolution. I think we need to be careful about how we craft it to get the effect we want. So I do agree with the mayor's.
So time to sort the resolution out. Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
I thought that 3B actually solved the problem because we've had submissions last year and again today that it go closer to the beach where parents and children can use it more effectively. The amount of money that is suggested there would actually give you ability to build it up and to actually have the disabled access to it as well. So I think we've had enough information to know that people want it, but they want it closer to the beach where it will be a whole lot more useful.
Right, we're starting to extend this out a bit, but okay, there's 2 speakers and I'll let them speak before we actually adjourn for lunch, I think. Okay, so it's Councillor Coxhead, followed by Councillor Daly.
I won't be supporting option B. I think the risk here is that we do all this extra consultation, spend all this money, and it stays exactly where it is, where it's, it's never going to be a comfortable place for it. I feel like what we should be doing is a combination of B and C and exploring all options. We're talking about removing the toilet, and I think we should be consulting on where is the best location, or should it just be gone? I think that's how we should actually be approaching this.
Councillor Daly.
Yeah, I agree. I can't agree with option 3B or 3C, and I would just go straight to 4 because, I'd like to incorporate the bit that was removed from 3A, that staff undertake a lessons learnt process, and undertake that before we do any further consultation in Precious Reserve. And if we're to believe the consultation that we were presented with on page 29, 234 people said no to any toilet anywhere. So that should be an option as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we should adjourn now for lunch and come back. If people wish to start making amendments here or new motions, please put some work into it and bring it back at the start. We will adjourn we're going to have to take 25 minutes at least, I think. Well, no, 30. So 2:15. We need to get on with things today. It's, we still haven't finished with this first item. So I think we need to move on. Now, we have before us a motion regarding 3B that has been moved by Councillor Ray and seconded by Deputy Mayor, that's right. So we have that motion before us. We will start with a clean slate as to speaking to it, just so that we can get it clear, because we haven't really got accurate account of who had spoken. It got quite muddled with other options. So again, does Councillor Ray wish to open her comments at all? You still will be entitled to a
Yeah,
right of
I'll
reply.
briefly speak again if I can, sir. So I moved option B because it indicates that we're looking to still provide something on that reserve, as we said we would in our policies, etc. But it does also take into account all of the people that told us that actually that is the wrong place. And so with 3B, it allows for that. And then if you're looking down further at option 4 or recommendation 4, it then responds to what Councillor Joyce is asking for, which is actually go and have that consultation with the people, and they will tell you if they like it there, if they want it moved, if they want it removed altogether. And then we can finally have got it right. So that is why I stick with the recommendation 3B that I moved.
Excuse me, Councillor Joyce, clarification?
I just want to confirm that Councillor Ray, and I'm sure she believes this, but does 3B allow for the public to tell us they want the toilet in the same place? Can staff advise, please? Because my reading of it is that it does not allow the public to come back and tell us that we can keep it in the same place. So
could we then add the wording that says subject to consultation then to the original
can we get the advice
B?
from staff and then?
Because what Miriam said was that we have to sort of go out with something that we prefer when we go out to consult. So that there is the preferred thing, is that it's in a new position.
Councillors, if you vote 3B as it currently stands, it goes alongside 4, which would allow you to consult on removal and relocation. Those two do not include the options for retain in its existing position, but nothing stops you from amending them to include that as another option so that we can consult on all 3.
You'd need to amend 3B, I think. But the council's preferred option is to, or whatever.
If council votes 3B and 4, you could amend 4 to include retain in the original position, because 4 includes the option to remove it completely as well. So we could always add something in there to say or retain it in its existing position.
Point of order, I think you'd have to change 3B because it says it does say relocated to a new position on Precious Family
Yeah, 'cause
Reserve.
that's your preferred choice.
Sir, if we've already made the decision that it's not in that place, why would we go out and consult for it to go back in that place?
Exactly, because
I don't agree with that.
I think actually, Councillor Ray, have you sort of finished your support? You're comfy? Okay, Councillor Daly.
I think something needs to be changed because we might have voted against status quo, but part of the reason for the votes against that was the poor process and consultation. So we want to address that with a new consultation process. So status quo must be an option because all the consultation petitions and so forth is so contradictory that we need a proper process. And I would also like to propose another either amendment or a further recommendation that a review process that is based on the lessons learnt from this whole exercise is undertaken as well. And I don't really want to spend $50,000 on an independent consultant, but I believe a staff, select senior leader staff plus selected councillors could set up a little working group and run through that process and come up with some really good recommendations.
So are you wishing to move something, Councillor Daly?
Well, I think just go to recommendation 4 and forget about 3B.
I personally think when you have anything before you, that status quo is always one of the options. I believe that is, we've actually been down this road before, and status quo has been kicked out, and then we wind up in some of these issues. As much as it doesn't then confirm the decision we made previously here, the fact is, when you're consulting, I think status quo would still be needed, and I presume we're going to have to consult quite rapidly, quite quickly, to get this sorted and finished. We don't have to support as a selected, as our preferred option, status quo. We can have another option. But I think status quo is actually, whilst we have voted to remove it, when you get down to it, it's got to be an option in there if we're going to consult.
We haven't voted to remove anything yet, have we?
As we are at present.
I can't think how you would go out when you've been told by the community that the toilet is in the wrong place and it should be closer to the beach. I know that the land near the beach has been built up a metre in order to make sure that it's not inundated. That information was never given to us. And I think B is an appropriate recommendation that we should pass, and we could workshop that. And but 4, I don't think. I personally, the liminal toilet isn't satisfactory to go in any part of the district. So, so the status quo is not an option. We've voted against that, and so I think that B is the logical one to move and then workshop.
I'm concerned. The mover of the motion, I think Councillor Ray and I are pretty much on the same page. We want to consult, we can go out with the preferred option, but we don't want to close any doors. The person seconding the motion wants to close doors, and that's the Deputy Mayor's view, and I respect that.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. We have made a decision, and it is a decision of the committee as a whole, not of me.
No, that's not true. What we voted against was motion A, knowing that it would leave other options. So the fact that the mover of this motion and the seconder of this motion have different interpretations of the outcome suggests to me that we're not on a good path. If the two people proposing this can't even agree on what we're proposing, then how the rest of us are supposed to interpret it? So I'm sorry. The way I read it, and Councillor Ray, I fully accept what you want to do. Yeah, leave all the options on the table, go out and consult and give a preferred option. I think that's a great path. I just don't think passing 3B will do that. I think the Deputy Mayor is right. It will close off the idea of the status quo. And despite what's being said, we have people, including someone who emailed us over lunch, who really, really likes where it is and doesn't want us to spend money on it. We have to allow those people to give their view as well. So are we voting against 3B on that basis? Not because I disagree with your intent, Councillor Ray, but I just think there's probably a tidier way of doing it that will leave no confusion.
I think we need to be clear that 3A does not say we remove the toilet. 3A just says that it actually, we voted against it remaining. There was the thing that was said, but we actually haven't specifically said that it would be removed. The intent is presumably to remove.
I find that a bit difficult, a bit convenient. If we've rejected the status quo, the implication is clearly if the status quo is not acceptable, then it must be removed. And if we're going to just have a look, it's possible for us to vary that resolution and add some of the words in, but in the same day as the meeting. But it does look, somebody could have a look at it, 75% majority to vary it. So, I mean, there is the ability to modify our earlier motion, but otherwise I think we're in danger of trying to say, well, we've agreed the status quo doesn't prevail, but we're going to allow the status quo to prevail until we've done something else which we haven't previously agreed to. And I've some concern procedurally with that. That's all.
Speak to that. We did not pass the motion. That does not mean, no, we did not pass the recommendation. That does not mean we voted against the recommendation. Very clearly in law, surely, if you don't go down a path and you're still standing where you are, you still have the ability to have another motion that modifies that. So I do not believe we are going contrary to the first motion.
Yeah. As I would understand it, I would have to side with that as well. It is where the decision was as is there. We have not made any decision on the other side of that.
Well, the trouble is it's worded in the negative, isn't it? It says the status quo remains, the toilet facility remains in place as per the original committee. And we decided no.
That's right.
So we decided that no, it does not remain in place in accordance with the original committee decision.
And when we spoke to that, we made it very clear that we wanted more consultation and it to be an open consultation. So when we spoke to that, we were very clear on our intent, and we should not be misinterpreting that intent 2 hours later.
My only point is that we've got to be careful about what resolution we put.
I agree.
Without damaging the integrity of our previous stuff. I'm not saying I'm agnostic about what the outcome is. I just procedurally we need to be careful about trying to say we haven't made a decision to remove it when we clearly have. What we need to do is modify it to allow us to do the consultation. I'm not against that either. And I'm not even
Excuse
against.
me. I think the fact is what all we've done is said that we've declined that motion. We have not gone any further than that. So that there lacks a direction following that.
Declined to confirm.
You know, we're going around in circles a bit here, everybody, and we've got to start moving on. But okay, this is still a point of order. And to be honest, I believe it is good that we start with our governance being a little more focused and so on. So I move to Councillor Cox.
I'm starting to feel like I've been trapped in a toilet myself. So I don't see anything wrong with the wording of what Rodney proposed, that council carry out a new round of consultation in Omokoroa to determine the community's view on the presence and placement of a toilet in the Precious Family Reserve, including the current location, other options and the associated costs. Except that I'd like it to be other options, other location options. That's the only thing I'd add. And other than that, I think that's perfectly fine. I'd like us to look at other options in the district as well.
Basically, can we just make sure we're clear of the point of order raised, first of all, which was about which was being clear as to what we moved, which is what is in A, and that it doesn't say that we actually agreed to remove the toilet from there, or certainly not instantly, because it does not say that at all. It just says the motion was that it stay status quo, and we've said no. From there, we've got to start sorting something out, and I would like us to start moving on it seriously and quickly.
I'll be happy to second.
I think,
Rodney's
sir, that we're being manoeuvred.
Excuse me. Councillor Daly.
Oh, I'd be happy to second the Rodney's suggested email.
Excuse me, we do have a motion before us now. We were at a point of order. We need to deal with the motion before us, which was moved by councillor Ray and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any changes to that, if there are some, need to come forward, but actually there seems to be a point of difference between the mover and seconder, which makes it a little difficult for us to proceed with any other changes.
Point of order, can I suggest that there is a motion in front of us, but if councillor Joyce wants to formally foreshadow that he would rather move his own motion after, if that one were to fail, then he is welcome to do so. I think that you might.
Yes, I will do that. Yeah, thank you.
Further discussion to the, not discussion. We really are speaking to the motion. Any further on the motion moved by councillor Ray, seconded by Deputy Mayor Murray Bench, which was 3B. Is there anybody else further wishing to speak on that? All right. We've had also then, before we vote, we've had pre-warning that there is a slight change to 4 coming from councillor.
It's entirely new resolution.
Yeah, from councillor Joyce. So we're aware of that. So, okay, the motion for 3B. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against? So we're calling for a division.
I'm just calling for clarity about what the exact motion is now.
3B.
Confused. Just straight 3B, nothing
3B,
more.
there were no.
And 3B implies 4?
No. It's straight 3B.
Because we haven't even got to 4, eh?
No.
So therefore there is no 3 at all if this has been taken out.
Yeah. So
I would have been happy with
look,
B
I think we
and
better,
4.
we've got to start sorting this out, guys, and we've got to start being serious. Okay, I will go back again. At present, we've got, okay, no, we'll re-put it so we're clear where we're sitting, all right? Very important. Okay, all those in favour of the motion 3B, say aye. Raise your hands. Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? One, two, three, 4. And actually, I don't abstain. So, and I didn't put my hand up at the time. I was hoping maybe you would just, I don't like having to vote, but okay, to be honest, I am not in support of 3B. That's correct. And my casting vote in this particular case will be.
You don't have to use it if you don't want to.
No, yeah, but it, yeah,
it fails.
It still fails if I don't. And to be honest, then I will vote against 3B. So it fails. Now we move to a potentially a new motion. Is everybody comfy that we do this at present? I think it will sort out the other issue with C. Please go ahead.
So it's all on your email. I don't know if you can put it up on the screen. Thank you. That council carry out a new round of consultation in Mokoroa to determine the community's view on the presence and placement of a toilet in the Precious Family Reserve, including the current location, other options, you know, how wide do you want to go, and the associated costs.
Can I ask that it perhaps we be specific there, that we have a preferred option right from the start, that we select the preferred option?
Can I suggest we pass this, and then if we want to Yeah. We can workshop a preferred option. I mean, one of my concerns is the $145,000 figures in there, but we don't actually know what site that pertains to. The fact there's a price in there suggests that there is an alternative site already been looked at, and we don't know what it is. Got a second,
Could I second that motion, please?
Seconded by councillor Daly. Okay, any speakers to this motion? Councillor Joyce will speak first.
I'm just desperately trying to find a path through this. I know this is contrary to the CEO's advice, and I've already apologised to Miriam for that. But I do feel that one of the chief concerns of people about this has been the process. As I brought up another matter before. We need to understand what the community wants. We've got some people that are determined that the community says this, and some people that are determined that the community says that. I think we need to find out and then move forward. And I think that's honestly, if the bulk of the criticism from the public forum this morning was about process, then we need to address that and come up with a better process and a better way of moving forward. Sometimes you've just got to admit you've got it wrong and try again. And I think this is where we are now. I came into this meeting with an open mind. Generally things in a particular ward, I trust the ward councillors on. I obviously got that wrong last year because that turned out to be not addressing the issues that people raised. I want to address it. I think, Councillor Ray, this does what you want to do. The only thing it doesn't give is a preferred option, but we will come up with one. And then we put it to the public. And you've got to trust your public. That's what the public, we are trying to look after our ratepayers, and that gives them the option of saying, no, don't spend any more money on this, or spend a whole lot more money on this, or whatever. Let's actually ask the people.
Thank you. Further speakers? Oh, the Mayor, sorry.
Thank you. Well, firstly, I reject that we made a mistake last year, and also reject that the process was bad. I think maybe the period from 2018 to 2024 might have been a little lax, but since then there's been so much consultation and engagement. At least I reject that process. But at this point, this is the least worst option, so I'm happy to support.
Deputy Mayor Murray Bean.
I think we've gone round and round in circles and made an absolute mockery of our role in local government. The first decision we made was that that the status quo remain. We voted against that. We voted against the site. And here you are. I'm told that I've being closed mind. Well, I'm not. I do know that the old toilet is dodgy, and why anybody would want it anywhere is beyond me. But the second point is the site is not sensible. And the engineer who was putting the toilet in, connecting it, said that there was no reason why it couldn't have gone in where the original place was designed for it to go. And so we've got really so much confusing information, and we know that the land up by the water was increased by a metre, so it couldn't be inundated. And I just think we have, I can't support this motion because it flies in the face of what we decided in the first round. So, sir, I just think I'm so disillusioned.
Councillor Coxhead.
I will support this motion, an amendment, I should say. It does allow for all options to be on the table, including outside of Precious Family Reserve as well. And it does, it does mean that we revisit what many have considered was a flawed process, and I think it's the only right way to deal with this. So it's gone on and on and on and on all day. Here we are, nearly 3 o'clock, and we're only still on our first item of the agenda. But I think, at the end of the day, we've given this the time, and it's probably democracy in action. And sometimes it's painful. Today it has been, but I'm happy to support this.
Okay. Councillor Daly.
I'll be quick. I just want to see a consultation process in Aotearoa that I can believe. I'm not saying the petition is wrong. I'm not saying the Facebook poll is wrong. I just want to see a proper council process facilitated by staff that I can believe in.
Yeah, I'm not sure really. I have some concerns about the words including the current location, and the removing of those words doesn't preclude the current location. I just think we're immediately screwing around the consultation process because people throw their hands in the air and say, oh, what the hell? And so that's my major concern about it. I accept we've spent way too much time on it, but you know, I'd be concerned about the compromising of our consultation process. So what are we doing this for? Why did they make the decision? The bloody thing should have stayed there in the first place. So just go around a big circle. But, you know, I'm happy to run with whatever the majority decides. I'm not sure whether I'm going in the ditch about it, but that's just my concern.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Ray.
Thank you. I'm going to express that I'm a little bit upset that this has got to where it is. I didn't see the issue with 3B and then supporting 4 as it stands on there, because it already said that we were going to go for community consultation. So we've kind of just, I don't actually understand the outlay of these recommendations that are presented them, because it's basically just missed out 3 altogether and then jumped straight down to 4. But if to me, it actually outlines that we were so adamantly going for 3A that we actually didn't really consider any of the wording that was even in the rest of it at all, because it clearly says if either option 3B or 3C was adopted, which it was going to be until people changed it and made 3 into 4. So I'm just going to express that. Of course, though, I do support going to community consultation. So yeah, I guess we'll go to the vote, sir.
Councillor Beach.
Yeah, look, I took grave resolutions about including the current location, those 4 words. I think we just had a vote on saying we didn't want it there. Now we're including it into the discussion again. So yeah, that's my confusion on that one. I do want a toilet around there, down there, but I think we have agreed that the current location is not the preferred location. So that's where I lie with that one.
Thank you. Any further you wish to comment?
Yeah, I'm really having trouble with this one. I'm unsure of this wording, Rodney, mainly because, forgive me, but council, or we made a decision in June 2025, and this before us today is actually revisiting, or the wise words of someone I lunched with, that it's dangerous ground, that we actually have considered and spent more than 5 hours reviewing the work of our former council and our staff. So I'm really just concerned at the words, and I really want to know, does that have a letter associated to this motion? Because we still have one other motion or one other option available to us, which is C, that is right at the bottom, that we haven't yet discussed.
Yeah, well, I just actually, I guess it's up to me as the last speaker before you write a reply. I think it was clear what we turned down as a motion. I think it was clear what our intent was, but we didn't fix that motion to say that. I think as we go, to be honest, I've felt the whole time that we should have gone back out to consultation, which was decided, no, 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 no. We are now there. It's our chance to do it. I believe that status quo is still, in other words, sorry, where the toilet sits right at this moment is still potentially an option, because we have not heard from this current, the current inhabitants of Omokura, and what has changed from the time when it was first put through in the plan, reserve management plan. It's been heavily supported by to remove it by a very good and active group of people who are there, but it still lacks them now for us to have a balance, and that balance needs to include that option of status quo. But be aware when we workshop it that we will have to go out. We must, as far as I'm concerned, we must go out with a preferred option, whatever that is, whether it's on that site, on that reserve, or elsewhere. Then it's open for that to happen, and that's really where I see it. So, frankly, I will support the motion. Right of reply.
Right, I will give it to replying rather than trying to do new things. When we voted down 3A, we declined to confirm. So that left all options on the table. It did not remove any option. I agree with Councillor Ray. We've effectively jumped straight to number 4. Sorry about that punch. Yeah, I don't apologise for the intent, but I realise it's kind of weird. Someone said, what about 3C? I don't think we would. I mean, you can put up 3C if you want to after this, but I think this sort of precludes it. I've written this in a way, my attempt was to include all options. I just wanted to make it clear that the current location needs to go to the public, which is why it gets a mention, but it says the current location and other options, so it doesn't preclude anything. I also agree that when it's workshop, before we go to consultation, we probably need to come up with a preferred option. And bearing in mind the conversation, I don't know if that will need to come to a formal vote or not, but I guess we'll approach that. But at the end of the day, we should just trust the public. Trust the public. You know, they will tell us what they want. And there are very firm views on this. I get it. It doesn't need to be $1 million consultation. It just needs to be a quick check-in with the public and say, here are some options. This is probably the one we're thinking about at the moment. Here are the cost implications. What do you think? And that shouldn't be scary to anybody.
Hey, that's the speakers. So now we have the option put forward by Councillor Joyce to vote on. I guess we just move on that. So basically, all those in favour of the motion put by Councillor Joyce, please say aye, or raise their hands perhaps. And against? And I presume a division is required, so there are 3 abstentions, so that's cool. Thank you. So the motion has succeeded. Now we still have the issue that is on our order paper, which is item C. And I'm not actually, I don't know how we deal with that. Do we just remove it?
You don't have to move. No one has to move anything.
No,
we can just ignore it at this point.
Ignore it is okay.
Yeah.
Procedure wise.
I mean, if it's more appropriate to put that through the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee, I'm happy to do that. But if you want to do it through, Brad, you want something to say?
Yeah.
Councillors, if that's the intention that you would like us to do an internal lessons learned with councillors and senior leaders in the organisation, I can just commit to that. You don't need to make a resolution. We can just do that for you.
Can I ask that it be reported back to the appropriate committee though, so it gets back into the public eye?
We'll bring it back to off.
Okay, Tracy, it's all yours now.
This one. Is somebody able to give us a...
Yes, total confusion.
So that's that with respect to section 80.
Okay. We've got a clear direction there and we don't need to. Cool. Okay, so I'm advised by Democracy, etc., that it is not needed to continue there. So can we actually then say we've completed
Yes.
that item, please? All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So taking into consideration and noting that if option 3B or C is adopted, the reasons for the decision are recorded as follows. So what are the as follows? What? Recorded?
Sorry.
So you didn't adopt 3B or C. So you don't need to record the decisions because it's got to go back out to community consultation. If I'm correct, Peter, is that their intention of the report?
Can I suggest that when we reach our final decision, now that I've managed to put it off for a few months, when we reach our final decision, if that's contrary to the status quo, then we would need to record our reasons, right?
Yeah, that's correct. The intent of the context of the resolutions as they were presented on the paper was to record for public record the reasons why you made that decision. So, yeah, but.
Alvin.
I just thought that conversation about Section 80 was a bit of a red herring if we resolved that we would reconsult and put the toilet back in precious reserve, because there was nothing significant that was changing except there was nothing inconsistent, because we were still resolving to have a toilet in precious reserve, potentially in the same place, in accordance with the original consultation. All we're doing is acknowledging that we weren't very comfortable with the procedure we went through last time. So the council must satisfy if its decision is significantly inconsistent with any adopted policy or plan. Well, the decision to go out for consultation now is not significantly inconsistent with any adopted plan. All we've done is said we weren't happy with the previous procedure and we want to start again. That's effectively all we've done. So I don't think there's any inconsistency.
Point of order, I'm not sure this is relevant conversation. We're not passing a Section 80, so why even discussing it?
To be honest, I think we've moved on and I think we need to move on. We have made the decision so far. We are advised that we do not have to actually give reasons for where we're at, how we've landed. So I think it's time to go to actually pages 31, 35, bicycle lockup facility at Proll Road. Thank you, gentlemen, for your attendance today.
Hi, yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I've got Callum next to me. We will be talking you through the bike lockup facility, which didn't originally form part of any of our Makaroa Road project scope, which is why we're bringing it to you today. There was a request that came through that we construct a bike lockup facility at the bottom of Proll Road, which can be done through capital savings on the other Makaroa projects. We looked at a high-level concept plan of about 20 bicycles, but we need to also consider what the maintenance implications of that would be, even if we can deliver it from a capital perspective. So the annual budget that it would require for maintenance is around $3,000. I think Callum's probably better placed to discuss that a little bit further.
The figures are on page 33 of the agenda.
I don't have it to hand, so I can't go through them, but basically what we don't have any of those facilities at the moment, so we don't have accurate figures what the maintenance costs may be. We did reach out to Tauranga City Council, but they struggled to give us figures as well. So we have assumed that the annual cost would be about $3,000. That includes cleaning, maintenance, which would be minor repairs, and graffiti removal. It doesn't include vandalism. If the facility was vandalized, then the cost would probably be more, but that's very difficult to forecast whether that would happen and what the actual cost would be. I guess if we wanted to reduce potential for vandalism and graffiti, then it would be prudent to also consider installing a CCTV camera to watch over the facility and ensure that you know, antisocial behaviour is kept to a minimum.
I think, I mean, this idea originated in the community, which is great, and I do support enabling multimodal transport. But I think the question I have is why we seem to have jumped straight to a kind of Rolls Royce 85 grand bike rack. You know, so what does this achieve that, you know, 3 or 4 standard bike racks, the cost normally about 4 or 5 grand. What does this achieve that one doesn't?
Well, it's a high-level concept plan that we worked with. There's something similar that's been done at the Tauriko School. I'm not suggesting it's the only option, but it's a lockable facility, and it houses 20 bicycles.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that we're being presented with an $85,000 bike rack, which is quite easy to say no to. But fundamentally, the idea of having a bike rack there is probably a good one. And so perhaps the question is given the stage 2 urbanisation, is it sensible to put something there while they're concreting the paths and so on, so you don't have to dig it up later on, even if it's not the 85 grand super duper version?
If you could drive down Monganui Road to the intersection with, sorry, it escapes me, opposite Burger King on Monganui Road, then you'll see that Tauranga City Council have put a covered bike rack shelter in, which is actually based on a container unit. That might be a better option for this location. And then if the community decides that they don't want the cycle racks, then it might be easy to remove if it was actually based around a container. You could then find an alternative location for it, subject to consultation, of course.
This is basically like the foreshadow now that maybe it's not a yes or no on this now. It's brings back a report about bike storage options at that location. That might be a better way of doing it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I mean, I've seen lots of bike racks all over the place. In Tokyo, you fall over the bikes as you try to get to the railway station. They're not covered. If someone's going to ride to a covered bike stand, well, they're going to be wet by the time they get there anyway. So I just quite understand why you need the Rolls-Royce version either. I would suggest this either lay on the table or just be withdrawn and have a look at some cheaper options.
I'm just interested, like, I'm assuming this is for people to cycle around the cycle paths and around the wetlands. So they're on their bike. Why do they need a place to put it?
This is to cycle to the bus stop.
Yes.
To the bus stop. Thank you. Because I was looking at this thinking, why the hell do we even need this?
Yeah.
So the next point is the covered shelter that you mentioned, actually, kind of funny. I was thinking the same thing. I was going to bring it up anyway. I've never seen a bike in it. So again, I mean, I agree. It's a Rolls-Royce version, and I think it's a little bit like Tori's, Tori Whānau, some of her stuff, and they're all over Wellington, and they're not used either. So I do wonder, like, at the feasibility of this, and why can't we just have a more standard option?
Yeah, I mean, I think fundamentally what we'll need to decide on is whatever we come up with. It doesn't have to be this option. It just needs to be less maintenance heavy so that we can actually afford the maintenance on the facility.
But I can't share a little bit about this because I was involved in a lot of that stuff, Councillor Cox said. My experience with bike racks, regardless of what sort of rack you put in there, firstly, they do cost more than you anticipate. So I've had racks that go up plus $500,000 for a bike rack. And a lot of the time, unless you have a genuine understanding that there is a demand for storage, they can be empty for a long time and for large parts of the week. And then you're maintaining and providing a service that people aren't necessarily taking up. So that is something for council to consider as well.
Sir, Councillor Joyce muttered that it lie on the table. And if that was a formal motion, then I'm happy to second it.
I can see a new acronym coming on here. Get Omokarua moving. Or if we really want to...
We've just moved the toilet.
If we want to really get them moving, then GORM, get them really moving. But anyway, I would propose moving recommendations 1 and 2 and a new 3 to refer this to the Omokarua Community Board, let them sort it out. They can come back to council in their community board minutes and we can approve it then. I don't see why we're wasting so much time on something that we've just spent 3 times the amount, 5 hours on, and it just seems crazy that we're even considering this ourselves.
If I may, as I don't speak to the motion as such, I think that's an option I thought of too, but just in terms of how we get this done, the essential part of this is there is an underspend of the phase 2 urbanisation works, and that means it's a lot easier to fund it through that than asking the community board to go with it. So my preference would be that where a report comes back for a modest bike rack or series of bike racks to be considered by this council, funded by the underspend of the urbanisation project.
Just a couple of things. I mean, while it probably doesn't matter that much, I'm a bit concerned that we've already had an argument about a location or something, and there's no proposed location here. So I've got no idea where you're talking about.
We have I mean, we did say in the paper that the location's to be confirmed, but it's probably going to be at the bottom of Proll Road, close to the bus stop. That's the quest that's come through the community.
Bottom of the Proll Road, which down by the Kaka
No, well, top
intersection.
Yes.
And the other thing is, how much money has been left over on this overspend, and are we just looking for places to spend it, underspend?
I don't think we're looking necessarily to spend it. It's an opportunity that's come up, and we have identified some savings.
Councillors, I'll step in here and provide some advice. This is scope that was never envisaged in the project. So this project had a business case. It's been through its decision-making process. You've approved a scope for the project. It's never been considered as part of that scope. We've had one individual request this. That's come through as a request. Because it's additional scope, we're bringing it back to you to ask you if you are satisfied to use any savings that you make off this project to fulfill this request. I take your point, Councillor Alvin. You've just had a massive issue around location. So there might be a potential where we might need to consult on location for this. So there are other things associated with this that we haven't quite extended our mind to. All we've done is just looked at what sort of facility we could provide and the costs of it.
Sorry, just to follow on for that. I'm quite happy for it to be recommended it goes to the community board, and the suggestion, if they really wanted it, it's part of a targeted rate. And then we'll soon find out who genuinely wants a bike rack up there rather than just spending money that we've got.
I think we've got to think a little bit more ahead, I guess. whether it's now or later, I just do feel that provision for people to catch buses, public transport is always something we've got to be prepared for. And at present, it could be in demand, except that public transport's still rubbish at best. But whether we need to do it now and whether there's higher priorities with that money, that's one area.
Yeah, just remind the committee that transition into multimodal shift is a strategic priority for council.
So once you move that lays on the table, it lays on, no, there's no further debate, right? You just put the motion. So I moved.
No, it hasn't. I moved that it.
Where did you get a second?
I foreshadowed I'd move about seeking a report back. I think, and fundamentally, I don't agree with lying on the table, because that is about the $85,000 option, which I don't see that anyone particularly wants at this point. So lying on the table is in my view, the wrong thing to do at this point. So I would move. Grant has suggested moving 1 and 2, and then he suggested referring it to the Mokoro Community Board. But I would suggest instead, and subject to his approval, that it be seek a report from staff as to bring forth options for more modest bike racking at the top of Foal Road.
Just like clarity from Annalie on, is there time to bring another paper back to council and do the physical construction before the project closes off?
The stage 1 works, that's where the saving is. It's not in our stage 2, it's on stage 1. Practical completion is currently on track for the end of this month. So there's not a lot of time, but I mean, we could possibly still get something out during May, because just because we've reached practical completion doesn't mean that all of our reporting on it has been done.
Yeah, again, if we use a container-based solution, then we can effectively expend the money on the asset and then decide where the location and decide where it will be located at a later date. So that might be a preferable option.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I was envisaging a container-based option. I mean, that could be one of the options, but I'm thinking something fairly more, basic. In the end, this is a 5-10 grand decision. I don't want to turn into another massive debate. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
The 85,000, the issue of where it goes, should it be, we don't have a decent public transport system for Mokoro, so it's sort of putting the cart before the horse. And the issue is, when the high school is built opposite on the road, that will be the time to put in cycle racks and whatnot. If, as the mayor said, if we can have a cheaper cycle rack that people could use, maybe that's an option. But I really feel it should lie on the table. And if we don't spend the 85,000 and it actually goes back into public coffers, it's times like this, money is important. And just because it's there doesn't mean to say it has to be spent. So I'm for lying it on the table and looking at it in another few years' time.
Councillor Coxhead, then Alvin.
Is this proposed to go where the park and ride would be proposed? No, that doesn't make any sense to me then either. So to me, a covered bicycle rack would probably make some sense there. But,
Councillor Alvin.
Look, I just want to signal to you guys on staff that I don't always disagree with you. I'm actually more than happy with your recommendation, option B, as I think that is the equivalent of leaving it lie on the table. There's nothing we need to do here, and I'm happy that the staff has recommended option B, and I'm certainly option number 4, and I'm supportive of that. Does everything we've all talked about here.
So we have had it foreshadowed a motion, or are we?
I've moved it, or Grant's moved it, and if he's happy to accept that change, he hasn't been asked yet.
I didn't really agree with the amendment. I think it should go back to the community board. I mean, this is the sort of decision we delegate authority to if they've got time to consider things like this, considering they're still in their induction phase. But I also think if we're going to start rolling out container solutions, they must be a brand new container, not a second-hand container. And if one person submitting on this can bring this paper to us, then I guess they'll be suggesting we roll it out across the district next.
So I just don't think if you give it to the community board, they don't have authority to spend this money. So you come back here again.
Move that lay on the table, please, because no one else is moving anything. And then let's, yeah, thank you.
There you go.
I've already moved 1 and 2. If I have a seconder.
Yeah. So, okay, so hang on, hold on. Okay, Callum.
So it would need to come back to council because the amount is such that a staff member with appropriate delegation could then instruct that the work go ahead. So if you're happy for the community board to make the decision that the value of the work is such that it could be instructed by a staff member.
So the fundamental decision that council needs to make here and that we're asking council to make here is you have agreed a scope for a project. This is scope creep and additional scope to the project. You need to agree that if you want us to incur costs to deliver the scope based off one individual requesting it, that is why we are bringing it to you as to whether you want to do that or not. We have the delegation to do the payments and make all of this happen, but you need to decide if you want the scope creep that's added onto the project or if you're just comfortable to deliver the project as you previously decided.
I'd stand by the fact that it should lie on the table. I'm opposed to it going to the community board. We should be capable of making a decision at this table, and to flub it off to the community board and confuse them when one person only has promoted this, I just think we're just looking stupid. So I stand by lying it on the table.
Councillor Coxhead.
I'd like to move number 4A and B, please. Do I have a seconder?
Did we pass my 1 and 2?
I seconded 1 and 2.
Four A and 4B have been moved by Councillor Coxhead, seconded by Councillor Dinsdale.
And I'll remove the suggestion of lying on the table.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I don't want to upset my new girlfriends at regional council for this probably poor decision in their eyes, but I think this is a good idea.
I would like to just
I doubt that Councillor Daly has new girlfriends, but I just think that we, given that the option there is there just to save the money and, put it aside. And if it was for a park and ride facility, I'd feel differently about it, but because it's not, and I just feel like it could just be mission creep. So I'm happy with what I would have proposed.
Okay, we have the motion before us that we take 4A and 4B. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Afternoon, councillors. I just want to give you a quick overview and a bit of background around what we're asking of you today. So Makatu has 550 wastewater pump stations which sit on each individual property. Historically, we've been replacing about 50 pumps a year, or around 10% of those pumps on a reactive basis. Money was approved in the LTP to review that renewals approach. What's unique about Makatu is that we're currently reliant on audible alarms to notify our residents. Our residents then call and notify us of faults in the system. What that's kind of led to is that we don't get timely notifications of when issues are occurring. Those pumps are often burning out before we get to them because they're constantly running, or we're attending site once an overflow has already occurred. That's leading to quite high operational and reactive capital costs around the sanitisation of sites as overflows occurs, or rebuilding and replacing pumps because we're not getting there to turn off the pumps before they're burnt out. What's different about this system compared to the Te Puna West system is that we have an ability to control those pumps out at Te Puna West. As soon as an issue occurs, we can turn off those systems, or we can view the operating levels within those systems to make or to triage and understand when we can attend site. That means our reactive maintenance cost comes down, where we don't necessarily have our maintenance contractor attending in the middle of the night or on a Sunday when they can identify their issues, may be able to wait till the next day when these systems do have 24 hours storage. So what we're asking for council is that we're asking that $2.2 million of already approved funding is used to fund a telemetry installation. Why that's decisions needed from you is the funding that's currently in the LTP was there to replace pumps. This is more of an upgrade nature, so slightly different to what we had planned. It's important to remember that we will still have approximately $800,000 over the next 8 years to continue replacing pumps as they need to, but we expect the rate to come down because we'll be able to control pumps, turn them off remotely without them burning out. What the telemetry will enable us to do is just give us visibility over those pumps, identify issues as soon as they occur. It'll give our maintenance contractors the ability to make some informed decisions around when they do attend site. It'll reduce the chances of overflows because we'll identify when an issue has occurred rather than when an overflow is occurring, or relying on our residents to notify us. Yeah, so the expected outcomes of the work that we're looking to do is just achieve some improved network visibility with control over our systems, as well as replace pumps that are coming to the end of their useful life rather than some that are instantaneously failing because of, I guess, slower response times than what we'd ideally like. That's about it.
Okay, thank you. You've answered some of my questions straight away, which is a shame it wasn't perhaps in the papers. So the telemetry does give you a lot more information remotely, and you can remotely turn the pumps off and on with this telemetry.
Yes.
My other question would be, why do the pumps burn out? Is that faulty float switches, internal switches, or what's, why would they be running dry?
Yep, so they're slightly different to what we've got in Te Puna West. They allow, or they rely on a pressure sensor on the side. If that pressure sensor gets blocked, it doesn't know that the tank has emptied, and the way that those current pumps operate is those pressure sensors are quite susceptible to getting blocked. And so what can happen is they'll run, they'll empty the tank, and then they'll continue to run because they still think that the wastewater level is high within the tank system. Bit different to Te Puna West, which relies on floats sitting within the tank, and those floats, once water hits them, they lift up, they turn on. Once the water goes down, they drop off and they turn off. The pressure system is not as reliant as that float system.
Okay. Any other questions? Me? Okay. The Mayor?
Just want to cover off a higher level question. $4,000 a household sounds for telemetry alone sounds like quite a lot. At what point are other solutions for dealing with wastewater more cost effective? So it's a slightly unusual, each one's got a grinder pump, and normally we just pump to an offsite, but this is a unique, well, not unique, but a slightly unusual situation. So at what point do we change over?
Yep, that's a good question. So we looked at a number of options in terms of what systems we could rely on using what we've currently got there. We did look to see if we could retrofit to see, say, what Te Puna's currently got. That would mean basically a complete rebuild of every system rather than retrofitting what we've currently got there. Would mean relaying new lines, putting completely different pumps in the float system. Other than that, your other option would be to go to, I guess, a completely different wastewater system, like a contemporary gravity system, which obviously would have been looked at. I don't know the historic decision, but a few things to consider is Makatu's low-lying, high groundwater levels. The pressurized system reduces the amount of water that does get into that system. But those are basically your two options for a wastewater network that are out there.
So the other option was, well, to move now would be really expensive. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's right. You would relay the entire network, the pressurized system, small diameter pipes that don't rely on gravity, so they can be laid at any grade and at quite shallow depths. Gravity system will have to be deep. They obviously need to have fall with those lines so that wastewater flows downhill. So quite literally, you'd be relaying the entire network. And for comparison, I think the retrofitting to the Te Puna West system, so completely new pumps, was sitting in the region of $7 million in the business case.
Okay, thank you.
We have Councillor Daly.
James, are the Te Puna West pumps simpler or cheaper than the existing grinder pumps in Makatu? They're both grinder pumps, but they utilise different alarm technology. I mean, the float system is tried and true for submersible pumps, and is it not possible to retrofit the Makatu pumps with floats?
Yep, so it is possible to retrofit it. You would need a completely new electrical cabinet, which sits on the side of the house. You would need new wiring to be wired to those floats, and then you would need to retrofit the tank itself, as well as put a new pump. Here we're just putting a small device within the control box. So not only would it be a higher capital cost to move to the Te Puna West system, and would have been a higher capital cost if you had put that in originally as well. But it would also be more invasive, more obtrusive in terms of the amount of construction that we would need to do on each individual property to retrofit that to what we've got in Te Puna. So this is no earthworks on each individual site. We'll be going out just retrofitting the electrical box that sits on the side of the house. So not very invasive at all.
And I guess there would be an offset in pump failures through early detection. You wouldn't have those pumps failing. And have you done a calculation on, instead of
so
50?
What we have done is that we're using the $2.2 million of a total of just over $3 million for that 8-year period. What that means is we'll have approximately 800,000 left for the next 8 years of the LTP. That averages around 35 pump replacements a year. Currently, we're sitting around 55 pumps a year. So the assumption is that we could bring that down by not burning out pumps.
Sorry, one last one. What's the failure rate on the Te Puna West pumps?
don't know off the top of my head what the failure rate is.
It is significantly lower. So, I mean, Makatu's been in since 2012, Te Puna's been in since 2018. So they're much difference in age, but we did find with the Makatu scheme, we had a lot of more failures earlier on compared to what we've had at Te Puna West.
Just for comparison, I think there's 50 odd pumps in Te Puna West. We've replaced 2 this year. We've replaced nearly 60 this year in Makatu.
Councillor Ray.
So I've just got a few quick questions. What is the end of life, like from, if it was, the system was put in 2011, what is the grinder pump's individual end of life?
Yeah, cool, good question. So there's probably 2 aspects to this. The overall system in terms of the pipe network, the tanks, they're all PE or plastic, so we would expect a 100-year life. The grinder pumps themselves have a 10-year asset life, and that's what we're starting to see is high failure rates now.
And subsequent to that, why in the recommendations is it only to go with a bulk replacement? Like, do we not know which ones have recently been done, which ones really are almost at the end of life? Like, it just seems like we're either saying, you know, that we have to go with all of them.
Yep. Again, that is a good question. Part of this work will be to do a stock take while we've got contractors out on site to actually identify which pumps are out there and how old they are. We don't have a great deal of confidence in terms of our tracking system with Downer at the moment. Like I said, it has been quite reactive in terms of we know how many pumps we're putting out there, but not necessarily which tanks they're going into or which properties they're going into. The issue with that as well is because some are getting rebuilt and then put back out into the system. It's not really clear cut in terms of this one might get rebuilt, get put in. We don't have the data to support how long those rebuilt ones are lasting compared to a completely new asset. So like I said, we will look to be doing a stock take while we do have people out on site, almost start from scratch at that point. So we know where every pump is, we know the age of them currently, and now we can start a tracking system and to inform what is a better approach in terms of rebuilding or replacing assets.
Okay, and then so it says in the report too that the lack of the telemetric is the primary driver for the failures. I get that, but I don't. So what is it, the actual reasons that pumps fail? Because it's not because they don't have a telemetric in them. What is people doing to the pumps to make them fail? And because subsequent to that is saying that a property is unoccupied, how does the pump fail if nobody's actually using it?
Yep, good question. I'll break it down to probably 3 main things on why the pumps fail. One was the one we talked about before, empty tank and a pump just running. That pump relies on a little bit of friction from the water. It spins too fast because there's no friction, i.e. the tank's empty. It just burns out and blows out, not designed to be running with no water. They also overheat with no water. Another one is just improper use, people flushing rags, sanitary, nappies, forks, everything and anything you could imagine down the system damages those pumps. Other than improper use, the thing that the telemetry will also give us the ability to do is when people aren't there, those systems sit dry for quite a while. You can imagine that wastewater, if it hasn't been triggered to draw down or flush down, what can happen then is it solidifies in the bottom. Someone comes back from holiday or goes on holiday, goes to their house, tries to turn on that pump, it's all solid. That's going to burn your pump out as well. Telemetry will give us the ability to go, that pump hasn't run in 2 days, just draw it down. So now you're not getting that solidifying within the tank. You can also notify Downer or a contractor to go, that hasn't run in 2 months, go wash it out with a hose and clean it out. So again, we don't have that stuff sitting in the bottom.
So what you're saying is the telemetric system will actually stop those underlying reasons from occurring that you just mentioned?
It'll stop the dry running and it'll stop the holiday homes. It won't necessarily stop the poor use. We'll be rolling out a comm strategy as part of this, just to educate the community on how to use that. But as well, we'll be notified of the issue as soon as it happens when there is poor use, so we can go out there, identify what's been put in straight away, rather than going out there once an overflow has already occurred and it's across the backyard.
Two more, sorry. I know it's question time. Why does it say, so it says 2.7 is currently in the budget, in the long-term plan for the renewals of this. But then if you go to option C on the paper, it says that that would be, you know, status quo renewals, but it's only got 1.8 in there. Are we saying there we're going to have a savings?
So what we're saying there, I'll just check option C, sorry. Yeah, so what we're saying there is we've got 2.7 over the next 3 years. That's what's currently there, or 3 million over the next 8 years. Option C would be just replace the pumps. There's no telemetry going in there, and we would replace all 550 pumps. Again, we don't have confidence that those pumps are actually failing because of age and deterioration. We think they're failing mostly because of poor use and just not and timely and reactive responses. And so they'll just address, there's now brand new pumps in every single tank, but we've still got the telemetry issue, we've still got the poor use issue, they'll still burn out. So yeah, a savings because we won't have the telemetry.
Yeah, that's sort of not, that's all right. Last question. Why does it say that we're going to provide key stakeholder communication, but then it says we're going to do tangata whenua engagement? Why is there, those are two different wordings there. We should be engaging with everybody or just communicating with everybody.
Yeah, agree, noted.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't quite know where to start here. Again, I'm going against my principles. Normally when people offer money and extra technology and bits and pieces out on my way, I'm normally meeting them at the driveway with open arms. But this time around, I'm a little bit more reserved. I'm trying to get my head around basically the bigger picture. Is this money well spent? The issue with the wastewater system in Makatu is the grinder pumps. It's interesting to hear your comment that they've got a 10-year lifespan. I thought they had a 15-year plus lifespan. I know some of them have been falling over since year 5, and you've been slowly replacing them. Interesting your comment, 50 replacements in 1 year. I do my maths, that's roughly about 200 grand in replacements. You know, we've got 2.2 million sitting in reserves for that specific grinder pump replacement. What you're asking for us is to divert some of that money in towards telemetry, okay? Telemetry to me is basically a very expensive alert notification. We already have a system in place and it's called the alert on the box itself, which a buzzer goes off, a light flashes. The resident can silence the buzzer, the light still flashes. They dial the 0800 help me number, being told if it doesn't turn off within an hour, we'll send somebody out to fix it, all right? So the system is there. It just needs to be improved, and that's called personal responsibility in my view. Again, I think the good users are being punished by the bad users here. That's what I'm foreseeing. So I'm mindful of that. As we go through, yeah, to say there's a bigger picture out there. And again, I think you're not looking at other options as well. You're just looking at a notification option. You know, the pumps, the grinder pumps themselves, we're talking about float switches, you know, they should come on when the water's so high, when it gets to so low, they should turn off. There should be none of this overheating or running dry if they're done right. This thing called thermal switches, which basically says to the pump, if it's running for more than what it should do, it will automatically switch off. So I think the technology is out there. I just don't know if you guys have actually explored it or not. You're looking for a cheaper, not a cheaper way, an easier way of doing the business here, and taking the responsibility off of the owners. When I look at the statistics, 554 pumps you have on board. Further on this document, it tells me quite clearly 108 of our properties in Makatu aren't occupied. All right, so it gives you 441 pumps, which is not a lot in my view. And when you're saying you're only replacing, repairing 50 of them a year, that's roughly one a week. That's not so bad in my view. When the system was put out in Makatu, we were sold a lemon. There's no two ways about it. We were given a lemon. We were told, quite frankly, that we didn't own the plant. The plant was owned by the council, and that all repairs, maintenance, upgrades, stuff would be done by the council. Here's some of your problems that you're having is I think through education and telling the residents, hey, you can't flush these naughty things down the toilets because that's wrong. Right. So I think there is probably another opportunity that you should be looking at rather than saying, hey, I just need this telemetry to tell me they're stuffing up. So please look there. Yeah. I do know a bit about these. I've got 7 of these pumps of my own. All right. And in the last 3 years, I've only replaced 3 of them. The lifespan of my pumps are up to 15 years. So look after them. They will last a long time. So, yeah, again, I really haven't got a question. I'm just probably making some rash statements here saying, are there alternatives? Because whenever I look at wastewater or water situations at the moment, it's all just one option. Do we agree with it or do we disagree with it? Unfortunately, I tend to disagree only on the sheer principle of the cost and what the implications are on the ratepayers. I believe the system is a good system. It is in place, but the notifications is done more manually than it is done automatically. So that's where I sit, unfortunately.
Thank you for that statement. Okay, we have Deputy Mayor.
I'm not sure that you want to answer what Councillor Beach said before. Do you have a comment to make before I ask my question?
The business case that we've done does show that the value in the long term is there around telemetry. Completely agree with some of your sentiments around education. Like I said, we will be rolling out a comm strategy around that education, but unfortunately, we can't rely on every resident, and it's not just residents that are the issue as well. It is some of that holiday home type nature, which we just don't have the ability to control right now.
So could I ask?
We did roll out a comm strategy about 3 years ago where we handed out fridge magnets, gave out a bunch of education around proper use of that system. And what we've seen is still increasing amounts of replacements and reactive renewals, overflows, remembering not just the capital cost is the big one here, but the environmental cost, the overflows that we're having on these private properties, the cost of sanitation, etc.
Right. So my question.
Just hang on a moment. Greg wishes.
Councillor Beach, I think fundamentally what we see the telemetry doing is exactly what you've been doing with your grinder pumps. Is if you look after them, they'll last a long time. In order for us to look after them, we need line of sight. We need to know what's happening with the grinder pump. The telemetry gives us that ability to see what's happening and we can react better. And that's why we feel that the telemetry is a good investment because it helps us extend the life of the pumps and not replace them unnecessarily.
Councillor Murray Benji again. Sorry.
Right, thank you. We've been told that wet wipes are terrible for grinder pumps. And does the telemetry system actually alert you when someone has blocked the toilet with a wet wipe on a grinder pipe?
What it will tell us is that a pump's running or trying to run, but the water's not coming down. So straight away a blockage, that'll give us an alarm. We can turn it off, go out and rectify that issue. At the moment, all we're going to have is an alarm going off that may or may not get reported. And then our response is only dependent on if it does.
So, sir, it keeps you better informed and you can give a better service.
That's right, yeah.
Thank you.
You, Councillor Alvin.
Just a few questions, really. And I'm working on the basis that this is going to end up in waters eventually. So I'm asking the questions really is firstly, Are the pumps we've got, were they really fit for purpose? Or did we do something that fitted the budget at the time? And that while the telemetry will improve some of the life expectancy there, what is in the best interest of our Makatu people, in your view, about how we go forward? Are we best off taking the least line of resistance, doing the minimum amount of pump replacement on the basis that when this goes into waters, there will be more critical mass to get a better outcome and a better quality of pump at a much lower rate? Or are we concerned that when it gets into waters, it's just going to be Makatu and it's going to be on the hind proverbial and that's not going to be looked after? I'm looking for a sort of steer on that. I'm satisfied if we've got really, really top quality pumps in there that we might go through a replacement process. But if we've got pumps that are just okay and they are performing a bit like at expectation and really they're not as good as they could have been, that's what I'm asking, Ray.
So obviously we had a look at the business case and we looked at the Rolls-Royce option was put a Te Puna West scheme in there. You're looking at, nearly 3-4 times the cost of what we're currently proposing. That main issue is control, is visibility. I believe that we'll achieve good outcomes by reducing that environmental impact on the local waterways with reductions of overflows. We'll keep the rates impact low with the option that we're going with versus that Rolls-Royce option. I think this is the best option for the Makatu community in terms of it ticks those boxes for environmental, ticks those boxes for our control and prolonging the life of the existing assets that we've got there without a huge amount of work.
Yeah, I think the only thing to add to that is the pumps that we have in Makatu are good pumps. They're the standard grinder pumps that they use across the district, the country for this side of things. It's the same pumps as what we have in Te Puna West. The difference isn't the pumps, it's the controls. Yeah.
I think that's what I was trying to get to, as to whether we were better off doing minimal because there'd be more leverage in the water company to get a better outcome for the ratepayer, or whether we're giving them the best option they've got at the moment. And it's the telemetry that's the issue. And you're saying it's a telemetry, so that satisfies me. Thank you.
Councillor Coxey.
So of the, I think you said 60 this year to date. Do you mean this calendar year to date that we've had financial? Okay, so a year. Okay, so we'll call it 10, 12%. 12% of them are having an issue. Of that 12%, how many of those are actually because of neglect or misuse?
Yeah, that's a good question. The main thing we've had to go off is basically anecdotal evidence from our maintenance contractor. Their gut feeling was 75% of them was burning out rather than them coming to the end of their useful life. Yeah.
So
Like
burning out,
Councillor
you
Beach
mean
said,
it is a failing of the user, basically. Is
that's
that
right. Like
yeah.
Councillor Beach said before, if you look after these assets, they
Yeah.
will last. But we're seeing larger failure rates than what we would expect. Again, these assets typically would have had a 15-year asset life. Our mechanical assets, we're seeing, failure rates now 10 years at really high rates, which is less than what we would have expected. Hence our assumption that most of these are because of that burnout rather than condition.
And irrespective of what decision we make or what I support, we tend to have a user pays philosophy around here, don't we? And I just wonder if there comes a point where people actually have to pay for the consequences of their own actions as well. And without wanting to sound too punitive, I do think that perhaps we should be having them pay for it. At least there's some forewarning that this is going to be the case should this keep happening.
Yeah, I think, like I said at the start, this system is unique compared to the rest of the district. We still have RAG issues in Te Puke, we still have RAG issues in Omokoro. We just don't realise until it blocks the system, blocks the pumps. How do we make those user pays? You can't. We're relying on these residents, which we don't do for anyone else in the district.
I'm getting aware this is starting to take quite some time, councillors. So I have 3 speakers left here, and we start with Councillor Beach again, then Councillor Joyce and the Deputy Mayor. Now I'd like to see us, we have got an indication of a movement of a motion. Okay, so there is somebody before you. So we have Councillor Joyce. Beach, sorry, Beach is still, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, after my statement, I have actually got 3 questions. The first one being of this being of pretty significance. Why was it not brought to a workshop?
I don't know, can't really answer that. We felt a presentation to the meeting was appropriate.
Right. Can you give more relevance on the 80K annual fee?
Councillor, I can answer that. I think that council has indicated to us that some of the things that you're deciding on, you don't always want stuff to come to workshops. You want stuff to be in public forums so that you can have these discussions in front of the public and question us in front of the public. And so that was probably the thinking of bringing it to a council meeting instead of bringing it to a workshop. We've done the work of a business case. We've done the work of the optioneering and the analysis. We felt that we had a strong recommendation to put in front of you. And so we felt there wasn't a need to seek your direction through a workshop. We could bring it here and you could question us in the public forum. Thank you.
Yes, second question, more significance around the 80K fee.
Yeah, so like we've got in the report, we expect that 80K should be able to be covered within the current maintenance budget based on the savings that we'll get from the reactive works that we're currently doing. The 80K is very much in line with what we're paying for the systems in Te Puna and Ongari Point, not too dissimilar. It's paying for the SIM card that's in the system as well as the notification system that we'll have as well.
Thank you. Last but not least, it's bringing the plant up to fit for purpose, and we're going to see Brad's report very shortly, hopefully. And one of the comments you mentioned is the entire irrigation field needs replacing. The money for that, where's that going to come from?
That's currently budgeted for in this financial year. So that's underway at the moment.
Okay, Councillor Joyce.
Just very quickly, I see on page 37, we've got funding of $2.7 million in the LTP for grinder pumps renewals. So that's the whole LTP. Further down, we say 2.7 in the current 3-year horizon. So which is it, please? And, you know, what have we got left in the budget if we do this? Because there'll still be some pump replacements, right? So we've still got room in the budget to do the reduced level of pump replacements that we're expecting.
Yeah, it's 2.7 over that 3-year horizon over the next 8 years. So the end of this current LTP
Right.
period, the total is nearly 3.1 million.
Okay, so basically the payback period is 3 years. So what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, cool. And after that, and how do Makatu people actually pay for these pumps, or is it just included in the regular charge that we all pay?
It's in the uniform
So
targeted rate,
$1,400
the district-wide uniform.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's our questions, and I think Councillor Ray wishes to move something.
Thank you, sir. If I can, I'd like to move option B. If I can get a seconder, then I'll speak to it.
Point of order, which recommendations? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Oh,
What's
sorry.
the,
I'm just looking at. Oh,
it's just 1 to 5, right?
no, well,
Oh, no, it's not.
it's not option A because it's not the preferred option. It's the option B, full installation of telemetric with bulk replacement of grinder pumps. So whether that is reflected in the top, I don't know.
No.
No.
It's not the preferred option.
It's not the preferred option.
That I was moving 1 to 5.
So here where you are, Councillor Ray, or?
Yep.
I will indicate, councillor, that option B does come at a value that we currently don't have in the budget.
Yep.
So that comes with additional budget of probably $2 million or $1 million, about $1 million extra. Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion or resolutions 1, 2, and which one are you going to be clear with again?
Yeah.
Option
It's
B?
Option B in the paper. It's
Yeah.
not reflected
It's
at
not
the
in the
top because
It's not in the resolution.
Recommendation.
Not a recommended option.
No. But you wish to?
Yes, but obviously, if I
Well,
can get a seconder, then I'll speak to it.
is there a
we'll
seconder?
Explain it. Obviously, there's a fallback position. If not,
Yeah. Is there a seconder? I take it that there isn't, so we would say that that fails. Deputy Mayor? So it's been moved by and seconded by Councillor Joyce.
I think, in fact, of listening to the debate and advice from our staff, it is quite clear that this system will give you an opportunity to actually identify where the issues are and be able to be reactive instead of waiting until a lot of damage is done to the grinders and the community at large. And so I think this is a sensible issue and one I'm happy to support.
I think this balances very well the best improvement we can make to the environment and to the customer service. I don't believe we should replace pumps that don't need replacing, which was option B. So this will look after Makatu very well. And yeah, I don't see any downside from not replacing pumps that don't need replacing.
Further people wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Ray.
the only reason that I was indicating sort of the higher standard here was around the comment where he said that there is actually no accurate data to tell you who's had a replacement or who hasn't. What I would hate to do is put in a telemetric, then old mate down the road needs a replacement and there's not enough money in the budget to be able to do that. I do appreciate though, there is a small amount in there, but that's why I was trying to go for the sort of highest possible outcome that Makatu deserves to have. And then obviously there was always a fallback position. But I do support these recommendations. As I just explained, though, I would have loved to see a little bit more there, but I did appreciate that it probably wouldn't be accepted. So I'll just support these motions and yeah, look forward to hopefully a better system in Makatu, because I do know that this is not the be all see all. And whilst Councillor Beach mentioned the irrigation field and all of that, that was number one. This is number two. Number three will be the holding tanks, because that's got nothing to do with any of this. And that is a way more serious issue than any of these on the table. And it still has not been addressed by this council. And I don't want it to be waiting until it moves to the CCO. So hopefully we're going to be seeing something about that sometime soon.
So we've had speakers basically for this. Are there any then that wish to speak against it? In that case, I think we should put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary? Carried. Thank you very much.
Point of order, I think we need to move that we've been going 6 hours. And I think also that we might want to consider how we proceed from in a little while, because we're going to run out of time. We've got another meeting that's should have already started now. And I don't know about everyone else. I've got another meeting at 7. So we either need to consider what options we take or move things along faster. And also note that probably a tea break at some point reasonably soon.
Councillors, there are 5 papers scheduled next. all five are for information and for you to receive. I could suggest that all five be received by council. We know that there will be questions that come out of those papers with the information that's in those papers. Perhaps what we could do in order to save time through this meeting is receive those questions via Q&A through governance, and governance could pass them on to staff, and staff could respond to your questions via email. And we could then skip all those papers or vote all those papers as received and head into confidential to finish the last paper of the day.
I think we, for process sake, we just need to move through it, and everyone bear in mind that we don't have to spend half an hour asking questions. But I think we do need to just have the process of going through them. I wouldn't want to just skip over them automatically, as it were. But just bear in mind the time pressure.
Yeah. Yes, we will have a recess for, well, until 20 past.
I'm happy to move. We carry on past the 6 hours.
Oh. So we need somebody to second that? Yep, okay. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Thank you. So
Right, Mr. Chair, are we starting? Should we start?
Gentlemen, but ladies, I think you're probably familiar with the process that we'll be following for these reports now? No? Okay. Basically, just so you know, we will receive the reports and we will not take questions here now. They will be done via email to Democracy, and the answers or the questions and answers will be published in the minutes of this meeting, if that makes it easier for you.
Okay. Recommendation 1, 2 and 3, Mr. Chair.
So we have a motion 1, 2 and 3 being moved. Seconder? Okay. I think Councillor Alvin. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Carried. That's one. Thank you.
The next report, councillors, is the Infrastructure Services Project Updates Report, a consolidation of all our projects from an infrastructure perspective for receiving.
Infrastructure Service Report. Where are we?
Page 5.
Page 195.
Page 5.
Oh, okay, I pulled it. All right, pulled it already. Yeah, so yes, page 5, 195, sorry, of the actual agenda. Page 5 of my run sheet. Okay, so we have, that is just basically your tending to that is
Yes.
here?
Yep.
Okay,
Can I just ask a very small question?
well, please, but
Thank
very
you.
fast.
So just on the, Te Puke pool, I just lost the whole agenda, but I just want to ask, why are we investigating something when I thought we went out for huge consultation in the spatial plan for those sites? I thought we had sort of already done a little bit of investigating of those sites.
That's a good question. So the engagement that we did through the spatial plan informs the engagement of what the community would like to see. The investigation work that we're doing around the pools is around grounds suitability of each individual site. So it's the technical aspects to go alongside the community engagement that we've done.
It's going to be a major concern if they say they want Jubilee Park and then all of a sudden our investigations say they can't be done. That's the same situation we ended up with the precious reserve toilet.
Okay. So we're clear about that and we have the report. Is somebody prepared to move 1, 2 and 3? Just one. Oh, sorry. So it is. I'm looking at the wrong end of the paper. Okay. So that's moved by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Coxhead. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Carried. Right. Now we move to page 228. Compliance Monitoring Manager, the Freedom Camping Report.
Yes, Councillor, this is the Freedom Camping Report. The GM of Regulatory isn't here, but I'm happy to present this report in her behalf.
Okay, the report is being presented to us. We have, where am I again? We just have one option there to receive the report. Somebody move and second. Moved by the Mayor, seconded by Councillor Beach. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Carried, thank you. Then we have the Regulatory Operations Report.
Very similar to the Freedom Camping Report. I will present this report to Council.
So, okay, we have one recommendation? I move it, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Dinsdale. All those in favour, please say aye. Okay, and then the Housing Action Plan report we have before us with one recommendation. Your Councillor Dinsdale moves. Seconder? Deputy Mayor Murray Bench. All those in favour of receiving that, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much. Okay, and now we have moved to exclude the public. So somebody prepared to move, moved by Councillor Coxhead and seconded by Councillor Joyce, that we move into confidential. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary,